Good morning. It is March 3rd, 2023. We're going to be streaming stocks, options, futures, and I'll get set up here. There it is. SPY had a rip up pre-market. I'm not sure what that was from yet. We'll find out. Short order. Commence the Yaz. There we go. Right, share us on Twitter. Thank you all for doing the same. Much appreciated. Natural gas is on the move up. Like natural gas flows to LNG export plant hit daily record highs. Freeport LNG export plant in Texas pulls in more feed gas. Okay. Terrific. Russia plans to mothball damaged Nord Stream pipelines. Mothball. Sounds nasty. Sounds like a real Russia thing to do. Good morning, Mohammed. For the first time since 2001, investors can make more money holding cash than a traditional stock bond portfolio. The average individual retirement account balance decreased 20% year over year to $104,000 in the fourth quarter of 2022. China Commerce Ministry will take necessary measure to safeguard its legitimate rights of Chinese companies. Urges the U.S. to stop suppressing Chinese firms unreasonably, should immediately correct its wrongdoings. What was this? Was it 825? Not seeing any news for that. BofA Global Research sees ECB depot rate peaking at 4% by July versus prior estimate of 3.5. I do believe that a stagflationary crisis is going to emerge this year, says Noriel Robini. The speculative era in stocks are over and investors are in denial over the burst of the pandemic stock market bubble. Oil futures extend losses. Oh yeah, there you go. Down almost 2%. These have been rallying up though. Head and shoulders here, not quite playing out yet. Best Buy. I don't want to take a short on ES. This thing hit 400 perfectly. Don't usually like to do that in pre-market, but UAE has privately pushed OPEC to let it produce more oil. Morning, Jason. Make some money. That I hold. Sneeze like you today. Me too. Me too. Yeah, I'm not sure what this rally was from. Let's see what data. We did actually have data this morning, I think. Let's see. Friday. We had nothing at 8:30. Global services PMI at 9:45. ISM services. Yeah, we had nothing at 8:30. I'm not sure what that little rally's from. Just excited for Friday, man. TGIF right there. That's all that is. TGIF at 8:30. Let's go. Composite PMI, services PMI, both at 9:45. ISM manufacturing at 10. ISM manufacturing employment at 10. ISM non-manufacturing new orders at 10. PMI. Bed Logan speaks at 11. Bostic speaks 11:45. I think it was it Bostic yesterday that caused the rally? Yes. Maybe he'll walk that back, what he said yesterday. Market will crash. What time is that at? Crash back down. 11:45. Keep an eye around then. See what's happening. BBBY still bullish? Yep, 100%. Looking good. Building a support. Building a floor. No, I don't believe anybody's being forced to close. I don't think so. Tesla pumping probably with the market. Yes. Didn't get enough time on these contracts. Up until what? Friday after next? Morning Ace. So my cash secured puts this morning on BBBY. I might close out of them because they expire today. And yeah, so if we get any kind of morning pump, I'll probably close them. I've got to roll those 2.5s, which I'll try and roll at the same time. Then these 1.5s, just in case we close below 1.5. I don't want to be holding this to expiration. End of day, basically. They were up 75% yesterday. Close them, I suppose. Put an order to close them. Do 2. I'm just going to put a 0.01, just in case we get a rip. Okay, so I have an order to close those at 0.01. Might end up changing that to 0.02. I'm up on my IRA shares. I could close those out and kind of day trade those more. Just because it's an IRA and I don't get wash sales. Breakfast tacos. Yum. More of a breakfast burrito man, but Mexican stock market. No. No, there's America, which not that I know of. America, Asia, Europe, and then Australia, Southeast Asia. No, I think it's just those three. Two stock exchanges. Well, there you go. Thanks, guys, for your likes. Well done. The early morning thumbs up crew comes in strong. Got 8 of you so far. 9:29. Got less than a minute to open. I haven't ordered a closed cash secured puts on here. Might do cover call day trade deal on BBBY today. Probably with next week contracts. But yeah, we'll see if we get a morning pump or anything. Nat gas is up a bit, 2%. Kind of just hanging out up here. I don't know why actually that pre-market move. I looked up, I didn't see any data. Alright, market's open. Ding, ding, ding. Okay, market's selling off right into open a little bit. Get rid of some of these drawings, draw some new guys. Pre-market high. Hit like this level I like. Yep, that's yesterday's high and kind of also a support down here. Pre-market low. Oh, big red candle into open. Level right there. There we go. What? That's weird. Okay. No Labs. AI is up 18%. I think they had earnings. No Labs up 10%. BuzzFeed is up 10%. We can play down a little bit. Silvergate's up 6%. I mean, this thing's got a long ways to recover. BuzzFeed. Yeah. Yep. So probably not a rally on BBY today. We might get a pump, but I don't think we're going to be going crazy into close. If anything, I think they'll probably try and close it below 150. But we'll see. Ala. Talked about this one yesterday a little bit. That is interesting price. Oh, not that interesting actually. Mediocrely interesting. There's BlackBerry. GME is flat, no volume. BBY down 1% into open here. I might change my order from 0.01 to 0.02. Pretty close difference. $50 difference, I think. BBY taking some reds here at open, down 2.5. Side of the moon. We'll fill in the gap up. SI? Maybe. What you're talking about? Doesn't look like it's doing anything yet. No. This thing just broke support, all-time lows. Yikes. Yikes. Oh yeah, Turca. I actually thought about getting into Turca. They are pretty risky. Setting up nice bull flags there. Elbis, it's still good, still holding above here. Look for a little momentum to shift. You got another rally. BuzzFeed's up 13%. Little green candle there on SPY maybe. BBBY hit a low of 152.1, which was basically pre-market. We get a little green, I might be able to get filled on my cash secured puts. Turca. Laser's up 5%. Laser. Oh, that's a new high. Still going. Whew. Yeah, I still rallying. UWMC is up 4. Wish that option chain was better. It's so illiquid. There's a little bounce on BBBY. Now it's up 1%. Yeah, we might get a pump like other days, but closing very high, I think it's somewhat unlikely unless some catalyst comes. So I think they're gonna want to keep it below $1.50. Not sure if they'll be able to, but look at the options chain. What open interest do we still have? So open interest at $1.50, 25,000. So yeah, if they can get it below that, then you're putting the $1.50 puts in the money, which is 32,000. But we're right at the bottom basically on this option chain. So no reason for them to bring it below 1. Not really. I mean, there's 18,000. Wait. Yeah, 18,000 open interest on that one below 1. But that's so much further from just below 1.5. And that's not as big of a open interest. Even below 1.5 would be what they're trying to do. And then to the upside, it's like, you know, we've got 56,000 above 2, 25,000 above 2.5, 77,000 above 5 for today. Good luck. I accidentally opened more BY shares. I was trying to open up COSM shares at close. I was looking at the COSM chart and I just hit trade and bought, and then I was just on BBBY. So I guess that's probably fine. But it made my call debit spread. It made me, it moved the short calls into covered calls on BBY. So now I've got 1,000 shares on my E-Trade, 10 covered calls, which I guess is fine. I'll just roll these things. And then I have these just naked long calls at 1.5. I saw that little screenshot, whatever, floating around. It doesn't mean a whole lot to me. To me, it looked more like where it was being routed, the trades. It was changing the routing, which I don't know. It's not like rules, new rules or old rules. Like they don't really matter if they're not following them. So I'm very skeptical until we actually see something be affected by a new rule. Thanks for your likes, guys. We're at 10. I appreciate that. That's nice. 7, 8, 9, 10. We're about 10 minutes into open. SPY had a gap up. Holding up here at the 50 moving average so far. AI is rallying, or has rallied, just holding up. BuzzFeed's still up 10%. GME's just flat. 11, 12. Thank you, guys. So with cash secured puts, you can just let them expire worthless and not touch them if they're out of the money, or you can buy to close them. I usually always buy to close my shorts. Mine are so close to the money though $1.50 that I'm definitely trying to get out of them by buying them, and I'm not going to just wait till they expire, because if they expire in the money, then I'll have those shares, which I don't necessarily want those shares. I'll just keep farming theta. So yeah, that's these right here. The BY cash secured puts. That's today, it's down 33%. But yeah, so the credit I received was 916, and then to close it, I have to pay like 100. So I'll basically realize 816. But as the day goes on, as it stays above $1.50, even goes higher, I'll be able to make more on it. That's weird, Jim. Candle will go up soon. Do you hear that? You just hear that on the grapevine? Thanks, Access. Yeah, it's very decent. I think annualized, it's well over 100%. So it's holding $150 in collateral. I remember what I got those for, 9 cents. I'm not gonna do it right now. But yeah. Probably like 150% annualized. Nat gas come down here a bit. Yeah, it's up 17%. So we've got services and global services PMI at 945. So 3 minutes for that. See if that moves the market. New? I mean, you just heard it from someone. How do people know when something's gonna go up? Unless they're following TA and just predicting it. I mean, looking at TA, it's just definitely bearish downtrend. Today, if you do close this high or higher, though, you will have a little RSI divergence there with this low and this low, signifying a reversal. So maybe depends on how today closes. That's on the daily chart. Of course, smaller time frames you can trade those, but GME is up 0.5%. Yeah, but GME might not make it down here. I have to get some more leaps. Nostradamus? Nostradamus? Psychic. Laser. Laser's ripping. 10% now. Breaking out. Keeps up above this resistance, this 10, it'll probably make a move up here. 11, 19 or so. Running pretty hot though right now. W key is up. LMFA. AMC. MMAT. Asana. Thanks for your likes, guys. We got 15 of them. Well done. Roblox is up for solar. Open, SoFi, SPY's bouncing here a bit. Oh yeah, data just came out. GME with a gap up there. What in the world? GME reacted more to the PMI news than SPY. What is this with GME? Something's going on there. That was weird. $1,500, 2,000 order, 1,400. Buys at a new high. GME's getting twitchy there. High on the day, still doesn't hit pre-market high. Do I have buying power? Still don't have buying power. What is going on here? So it's a 90-day restriction. Ugh. That dumb put I bought on GME, I sold the same day. GME is starting to move up here, 2%. Yeah, GME's moving up. Oh, frick. 2.3%. This is some volume too, isn't it? Unpredictable tweaker. Yeah, that, I mean, that was interesting. SPY still going up. What's this volume like on here? 72,000. I mean, oh, the volume still sucks. Volume still sucks. I don't know what's going on there. Kind of odd. Scheduled FTD return is? There's charts for it. You can look on our Discord. It's been shared. BBBY just hanging out flat. General Motors is up 3%. Asana has made big moves before. What's going on with this thing? Dollars come up a little bit. I'm kind of interested on GME, what's going on with this thing. Don't usually get, kind of unusual. Volume's not awful, but it's not like, huh. I'm gonna be patient, but I maybe should get some more leaps today. I guess I did get those calls yesterday. Those shorter term ones for end of March. This is odd. Yeah, I mean, good pinch, good squeeze. BBY kind of hanging out the lows here, down 1.28. I guess it looks flat with extended hours because of this low. GME announces acquisition of Microsoft. I would sell it immediately. Yeah, I saw that floating around, that reg show thing. I didn't interpret it as getting off reg show. To me, it looked like just the way trades are routed. They're on reg show. They're potentially going to change how they're routed, certain trades, and how they're flagged. It doesn't really mean anything to me. SPY broke that high, pre-market high. If I can go long with an ES, I think it takes more margin to short the futures than to go long. No, I can't. Maybe a good short here. I don't know. I want to hear more updates on what Bostic was talking about. Filthy animal. Global February final composite PMI at 50.1. Final services PMI at 50.6. It's starting to move up. GME's getting a little pump with it too. It's up 2%. Still early, but maybe an ES long here for this break would be warranted. Max pain on BBBY is $1.56. GME 2% on low volume. Wheezy. It's up 0.7% already. Wow. Glad I closed my puts yesterday on GME. And opened some calls. I was wanting the double bottom, maybe RSI divergence. This is just further solidifying if we start to slowly rally here that they fixed GME. Which is unfortunate. Highly unfortunate. I mean, fix GME. GME's been broken for 2 years. I've been able to make money on it or lose money if didn't time things right, I guess. AI's up, still up good, 20%. Yeah, I mean, bullish on it. It's just I'm just looking at the levels here. That will be a big level, that next one, but after Bostic saying pausing the summer, and yesterday's candle was engulfing, so to me that led to everything being bullish for now. Probably a little short rally. I don't think we're gonna make it all the way back up here, but you know, momentum's up for now. I mean, the SPY is almost up a whole percent. I did want that double bottom. I wanted to solidify and the chart to make sense and to repeat. I mean, it's not like SPY dumps BBY is going to run no matter what. When to get puts on SPY? Well, we've got more data coming out in 2 minutes. Wicking here. Depends on strike, date, your plan with them. You're trying to scalp them during the day, or like swing trade, or like get leaps, or what. You get enough time, you just start getting them right now. But you know, this rally or chop could last a month. Midterm is bullish on Yahoo. That's funny. One sheet of napkin. GME is oddly bullish with SPY this morning. Riot? Only if crypto's gonna go up. If crypto rallies, then yeah, that's a good exposure. Yeah, I got some earnings, or yeah, some GME calls for earnings. I might get some more. Okay, 10 seconds for data, I think. Yeah, ISM non-manufacturing employment. All right, came out. There's the market dancing around. Oh. Some good, some bad, sounds like. You got employment, you got manufacturing. We don't know GME earnings yet. They haven't announced it. So they might announce it today. Being that's a Friday. Maybe I should up my order. It hasn't gotten filled yet, unfortunately. My cash secured put order close. Another $50 if I up it to the ask. I'll do it if we flush it all below here. Did I have more? I did. Wait, I had some on this account. Yeah. Oh, those are for next week. Eyes coming down here a little bit. Back to VWAP. Oh, there's a flush through VWAP. This could kind of be from the data. It's still probably affecting the market a bit. SI might go to 0. SPY is now wicking below VWAP. Yeah, GME was just moving with SPY. Peculiar though. Excuse me. Starting to get stupid. I don't know why all the scammers are coming into Discord all of a sudden. Is that what you're talking about? "2023, the 60-40 strategy has given investors 2.7% of tumbling after giving investors 2.7 after tumbling 17% last year. Biggest decline since 2008. I think 60-40 is at what, 60% stocks, 40% bonds? I think that's what they're talking about. And hairy apes in your area. Thanks for your likes, guys. All right, I'm gonna do. We're at 17. Well done. The beginning of the crash. I don't know. Pretty early. Not much going on yet. That's 17, right? After what Bostic said yesterday, and then that engulfing candle we got, I don't think this would be the beginning of the crash. VIX is going down. Okay, I'm going to. Okay, I got filled. I closed out of the cash secured puts. I had to spend a little bit more than I originally wanted to, but in case we do start flushing below $1.50, those will go against me. I still have 50 for next week. But now today, if we get at a low, I'm going to try and open up some more cash secured puts, basically for next week. Because the dollar and a half for next week, these are 15 cents. So your return on that is 150 times 0.015. Is that it? 2%. 2.25% in a week. So yeah, that's 117% annualized. So just doing this strategy, if you could do this every week, you would basically double your money, over double your money in a year. It's holding up all right, BBY. I think they'll probably try and have it below $1.50 by close. So might get a pump before then, but I don't know. All good. That engulfing candle is not going away. It's there. It's on the chart. It's burned in. So they can't get rid of that now. Even if we come back down to $1.45 or $1.40. And next week, probably get a crossover on this MACD if we hold up at all. SPY's coming down a little bit more. Whoa, that drop on GME. Could have closed my calls. I thought about it actually. My GME calls are up like 12%. Yeah, people take profits on Fridays, not wanting to hold over the weekend. You've got, of course, the options chain, which adds a lot of exposure. So, you've got Max Payne involved. If you have a big run on Friday, it's most likely going to keep going on a Monday or Tuesday. SPY's coming down now. Getting a little flushy. Flushy. AI is up 18%. BuzzFeed's still up at 8. Lacer 10%. My UWMC. Yeah. AMC's holding up good at 5.5%. This would have been a nice short entry. We did have that inverted hammer candle. I didn't want to pull the trigger. It's still pretty early. And all this data coming out. Probably come down and maybe find support here. If I buy put. All right. BBBY at the low there, low of the day at least. Low is 152, which is also pre-market low. So break there. Probably looking at 150 then. Next spot. I could close these. No, that's cover calls. I kind of bouncing there a little bit. It's up a wick. GME. It's been neutered. Oh, there's the flush. BBY flush down to $1.50. So, see those cash secured puts now are going up in value. Oh, this is delayed. So now if I sold them, I'd get more premium, make more money. That's why I'm waiting for a low. Yeah, now I can get 18 cents for one of those contracts instead of 15. The further this goes down, the more you'll be able to get for it. The further it'll get in the money. $1.50 if that breaks. Looking at $1.48 and $1.47. I kind of bouncing from the low earlier today. Might be a good long here. $144.9 or like 146. Kind of these levels from back here might be the low that we hit. I want to kind of hold up above that. That would just confirm this head and shoulders, more inverted head and shoulders. If it doesn't drop, I don't know. If it doesn't drop and repeat, there's no way I can have any idea. If it's not repeating, then I can't say, oh, it might do 100%. It's fixed. It's a normal stock. They have good earnings. Maybe it'll rally. Maybe it'll have a little pre-earnings run up, which is pretty common with stocks. So that'll be the next 2 weeks. And then maybe it'll drop after earnings, whether it's good or not. Yeah. I don't know. We haven't seen a vol to move since here, and even that was not really normal. That was like this rocket we had back here. That's why I was convinced we're in this area. And we could still beach. Maybe he's not going to repeat this new low. I mean, time-wise we are. This is the same time last year. 24. Yeah, I mean, seems like that'd be the first major resistance if we could start rallying, would be like 24 level. And that prior support. So we'll probably move up there pretty easily with some momentum once it starts. We do have 1940 still. I don't want to sell my GME. It's all covered calls, man. Don't even have to make the choice. You could sell covered calls for 24 strike. That's what you want to get. It's been a wild ride. It has been. Could do 24 strike for 22 bucks every 100 shares. If it goes up past that, then you've sold it for your 24 and you've made some extra money on top of that. If it stays below it, you just make the money. Yep, SPY bouncing there on that low. Little double bottom here. This side probably won't go to zero today. So at least you get out tomorrow without day trading. Pretty big rally right there. Never really got that bounce. I was gonna maybe do some cover calls on Bed Bath. Probably get it later in the day. SPY pushing up to the highs again. Yeah. But if you're considering selling anyways, right, just sell covered calls. Sell it at a price you'd be happy to sell. If you'd sell today at 18 or something, you could sell covered calls at that strike. But if you want more upside, sell it at 20 or 24. You can always roll it too. Yeah, I saw AMC moving up. Yeah, I shared a article about their earnings. I didn't look into it, but the article is saying their earnings are actually pretty good. Um, but they also give it a price target of like 2.5 or so. Yeah, BBY probably close below $1.50 for that options, it seems like. Max paying 7. Yeah, I suppose. That's 6.5. Alright, there's a drop below $1.50. $1.49. Next level, $1.48 here. Back to the barcodes over here. And then the last one is at $1.47. I say last one because that would be the bottom of the flag. Would be nice to hold. Still kind of a flag of sorts. Fill that gap. $1.30 gap. It's done all the filling it's going to do on that. 145,000 order at the bid at 138. 164 is a big sell wall. Open doors up. Carvana's up, yeah, 2.8%. AI is 23% now. Whew. Didn't they have earnings? Yeah. That gas bouncing up to VWAP. $149 it hit. See if that holds today. That's all they need it to do is stay under 140 or 150 by end of day. $114 on the borrow fee on iBorrow. It's like they have some shares available, 30,000 or so. Might be a good short up here. I might take it. Yeah, I'm gonna take it. Try and take it. I will close it. Break up here. Break that 40116. Give myself a little room to grow. What price is it? The gap's at 130. The downside. There's many gaps to the upside, but there's only one still. The downside. It's 131. Maybe a little less than that if you get on a shorter time frame. But it's about 131. The short, yeah, no, it is bullish on a bullish trend. I'm just looking at support and resistances. So, we hit this top earlier today at 10, 30 minutes ago. Made the inverted hammer. Just made the same inverted hammer here. Thinking maybe it comes down. Ooh! Thanks, Ace. Appreciate it, man. But yeah, there you go. It's moving up. So the trend is up, but if it rejected here, then they need to come down. Because this is a pretty big level too. Thank you, Ace. I appreciate it, man. Next big level, I'd say, is a break of this, and we have a lot of upside room. At a 404. So we'll see if it just tests up here, this area, or not. I mean, it's up 77%. Thanks, Ace, you legend. Appreciate it, buddy. So many good gifts, man. Yeah, intraday and like short term on SPY, I kind of use support and resistances a lot. But it just did break, so SPY did hit a new high there. You could say it's this little bull flag. SPY's coming up now more. All right, I guess the long would have been good there. I don't like to play the breakout though. Just doesn't seem to work for me. Try and trade the range. There you go. There's the breakout. This is kind of a conservative level. Really, we have these over here too. Just loaded 50 weeklies. Well, all right then. What strike? Weeklies? Pretty aggressive. That's today. Yeah, you had a little pop through the top there, so it's not quite the top, I guess. You have a little bit more 4160, and then this wick all the way up to 402 something. Next week's 21s. Why so far out of the money? Yeah, I mean, a longer time frame, like the daily, we got this big engulfing candle, which is, of course, bullish. It's almost a divergence on the RSI, I guess. 8, 4, 38. Oh no, that's not a divergence. It was on weaker volume. Elvis? Is it back to that? Yeah, right back to that area. That 1385 area. Likes to hold above that, huh? Got a little gap to fill up there on Hellbiz. Eyes wicking up there now. Got, what, 2 minutes for this candle to close. BBBY did hit 149 back there. Like it's barcoding now at the 150, 152 barcode area. A good entry point. Seems like this 150 area is pretty solid. They'll probably try and close it below 150 today, but how much below it? I don't know. Could just be 149 really. But yeah, we've got an engulfing candle the other day, and it basically double bottomed with back here. So it's looking like it's in a bullish trend now. Doing well, yeah, thank you. Might close out of this short. I could wait because it'll probably come back down here at least today, but I don't know if I want to ride this thing up if it goes. I mean, the market is up quite a bit though, 0.85%, so one share is the cost of McChicken. They're probably looking to get more than one share. But yes, that is true. Is McChicken that cheap? Going with Linux? Going with the Linux? Alright, man. Yeah. We could get a little pre-earnings rally. I'm not alright, I'm gonna close these shorts. False break? What are you doing? Is it? Let's go. Nice. Yeah, on futures there's no day trading limits. GNS up 13%. Oh, this thing's starting to move. Find support. Yeah, look at that line we drew. It's bouncing right on it. The high of the other day when it all started. Shorts on futures. Shorts and longs on futures. That's a nice floor on GNS. Maybe getting some exposure to that would be smart. Gap's been filled. There's still a gap down here, but that's getting pretty jumpy. Tesla. Yeah, it's held up. It's held up well. I guess closing it right after Investor Day would have been smart. But I was more bearish on the market, and then Bostic came in yesterday and said something so stupid and irate. He doesn't even have any voting power, but he said we're going to pause this summer. So here we are. We're up 5%, and that's definitely helping Tesla rally. But yeah, I'm still with my bearish play on it. I mean, we've still got a bearish MACD. We've got the head and shoulders here. We've got the RSI divergence back here. It's holding on. Tesla holds on, and then when it goes fast. All right, I'm closing out of that short. It was fun. So you could even play along here if it does, you know, this is at the level. Like it's breaking it. But we do have Fed speakers today, so we definitely can get big moves to the downside also. Yeah, GNS, I mean, it's right on that line. Literally, like, bounced right on it. Flying support came in and bada bing. I have a level back here too. I'll wait for a better setup on the SPY. It's looking just kind of ugly and choppy still. Kind of like this day, yesterday, before we had that crazy rip. It's like going up, but it's Now it's coming down. AI is up 24%. GME is holding up almost 2%. BBBY kind of bouncing here. $1.49. VWAP's pretty low though. I think it's a good entry or still tricky bull trap for. Oh, GNS? Depends on your time frame, your plan. Like, I can't answer that specifically for you. But yeah, this is it's showing that there's buying pressure at that support level. So that doesn't mean it's just going to rip up right away, but it can consolidate here. So might not be a rush to buy it because it could again consolidate here before it makes another move up. But that's kind of what you're waiting on is it to continue to show support here. I literally closed my short right at the top. So yeah. You could buy BBY. I can't answer that for you. Down to 170-ish. Oh, GNS. Doesn't seem like it's going to with all its volume on this support. 170 would be kind of a strange area to me. If anything, if it broke here, maybe 153 kind of support here. The VWAP from this day. Or even just all the way down at gap fill, down to 50 something cents. But the bounce was basically on the high of this day. AI is up 24% now. I'll have being a diva. Yeah, I just didn't want to play with any. I'll wait for a better setup. SI bouncing at 5? Sure thing, Julian. Maybe. Being all-time lows is a little sketchy. BBY? Maybe a little bit more. Possible. But it's, to me, it's bullish. It's in a bullish pattern. It's shown its signs of a bottom and reversal, so where you pick it up in this range is going to be very minor differences. And trying to time the bottom is a fool's errand. So scaling it is a good strategy, little by little. Buy some today, buy some Monday, buy some Tuesday, buy some Wednesday. Don't even think about the price. Just slowly scale in, you get a nice average. Take your emotion out of it, trying to get the lowest price. It's not going to matter when this thing's at $3 or $5 or $10. Like if you bought it at $1.43 or $1.60, pretty negligible. If it drops like 80 cents, then yeah, that's a pretty big move. But I don't think it's going to drop down there. Little false break there on the SPY maybe. Probably move back down to VWAP or just this level I open my short even. Like 3 years. Like foul. For the people. Thanks, love. Your emotions can't be involved. So you could be patient on your GNS entry. Not to say I think it'll drop below here necessarily, but it'll probably consolidate before it just starts ripping. So consolidate would mean going up and then coming back down, and trading in a range. But this is a good sign to see, okay, yeah, it likes this as support. So if it does get close to here, you could pick some up if you wanted it. Where's my right where it is? I think they want it right here, 149, the low on the day. By end of day. I mean, lower maybe, but at least that low is what I'm presuming. What do I think at 5 or 10? I think this year. So even if it hits 5, what is that, like 3xing your money? Do that in 1 year is insane in the stock market. Oh, thanks, McFile. Appreciate it, man. Don't do it, Ace. Don't. It's a bad spot. What are you gonna do with the capital if you sell it, Ace? That's what you have to think about. If you have somewhere else that's gonna be so much better. BBBY. Is that gonna be your answer? 5 is good. Yeah, isn't that like that's like 3x from here? Close to that, 2.5. GNS. Oh, nice. Speaking my language. Yeah, I'd maybe sell GB for GNS. Little bull flag maybe set up here on SPY at the high. I think 20 could definitely be in the future. I mean, it could be on this next move up. If there's a catalyst involved, yeah, I don't think 20 is out of the question. Some sort of icon or RC involvement. I think, yeah, because I mean the gamma ramp, the open interest, and I don't know. 20 is actually kind of high, but I don't. Yeah, you maybe get a gap fill. I mean, it's high from where we are, but look historically, like all-time lows is like 4. The highs were what, like 53. So 20 is kind of a median in there. This was what I was trading at before RC ever got involved. 14 or so. So that's probably a pretty safe number. RC got involved, it pumped, and then I think they purposely dumped it because he was involved. I think that's what this whole thing was. Back down to 4. So but once momentum starts, and if there's some fundamental behind it, fundamental catalyst, this wasn't on anything. This was literally on just momentum, and then just a gamma ramp. This wasn't from Ryan Cohen. This wasn't from anything. So if we actually had a catalyst mixed with how much open interest we have in the options chain, I don't know. Seems like it could go a lot. New low there on BBY, 148. So yeah, this is kind of the levels that I'd like it to hold. 147. Doesn't have to, but would help with that head and shoulders staying intact. Good to sit here on that early. Don't you put that evil on me? Yeah. You kind of get a shoulder here. Yeah, you could take profits along the way. You can always get back in. Or you could self-cover calls at those times if you want to just hold your shares. The fundamentals is pretty speculative at this point. Basically, they probably aren't going to go bankrupt in the next few quarters. So, um, the price of this though is basically priced for bankruptcy. So that's why it's a good deal because they're not going bankrupt. They still could in the future, but they're not now. Yeah, there's that low from this day on that barcode. Buying at 140. Once it's at 140 though, you might not want to buy. Because it's going to maybe be flushing down then. Oh, there you go. 147.5. 147 was the low there. That's kind of the low. That's the low of this barcode. See if that holds. So that's basically just retesting the other shoulder. But again, none of this is erasing that engulfing candle we got. So takes time. Takes time for stuff to play out. Elbiz is doing stuff. Whoops. Oh yeah, they have warrants. I actually didn't realize that. I stumbled upon it the other day on accident. Yep. Filling in that gap. You could get the warrants on here. Maybe not. GNS is up almost 12%. Being out above VWAP. GTII up 11 or 9%. Laser 10%. Let's see. I might pick up some more shares here. Or no, cash secured puts. That's right. That's what I'm gonna do. Okay, so options. All to open. I'm gonna do another 50 for next week. $1.50. What? Why is it only 17? It was 18 before. We made this whole move down. It's cheaper. What the heck? Let me see this. What is E-Trade saying? Crazy. Yeah, the options haven't even moved. Because these are like penny stock barcoding options. That's annoying. It's not. Here's the option. This option I'm trying to sell. So the high was 18. All right, I'll just put it for 18, see what happens. I'll do 25 for 17, and then I'll do another 25 for 18. Oh, wait, why? Why intraday buying power? What? Um, why don't I have intraday buying power? I should. What's going on? Available without margin impact. Yes, that's fine. Buy's moving up here. One and a half. Dang. Why is that? Maybe I wait a little bit. Weird. ENS 11.4. Yeah, this could be goodbye. Laser 12%, AI 25, grinding up. GME holding up well, actually. Pesos. They're halting SI? What's the downside? Not halting, what are you talking about? Let me in. Um, I guess I could add to my. Why does this account not have buying power? Like, what? I have margin buying power. I don't have intraday buying power. There's a margin account. What? Yeah, my fill on next week's on this account are great. Look, I actually got that 18-cent fill. I got it for 18 cents. Guess I'll just leave it and wait till Monday to open more, maybe. SPY MACD's cross bearish, but price action's holding up nice. GME's holding up well. ENS above VWAP. Yeah. I don't know why I can't do more of these. A 2 hour? The time frame I like never look at. I coming down here a little bit. 50 doesn't show up for me on the 2 hour. Strange. Oh, right here. There's resistance. Resistance. It's not support. Oh, EMA. I'm just using SMA. Buy coming back down. Called my short, but I'm in the business of killing losers quickly. For casinos and women. My moving average, it's not the EMA, it's just the normal moving average. It's the SMA, and that's the green one right here. So it's using that as resistance on the 2-hour. It came up and rejected it. Bummed I can't open more cash secured puts. That would have been nice. Hi, I gotta chat with them. That's not right. This is a margin account. Bad speaking. We've got Bostic's at Logan's at 11, so yeah, 3 minutes for Logan. And then FOMC member Bostic, he's the one that caused the market to do this crazy move the last 24 hours. He is at 11:45. And then Bowman again at what, 3? So yeah, Logan in 3 minutes, and then Bostic in 45 minutes. Any more brain busters for me? GNS is up almost 20%. Yeah. 34.20 is kind of the next little move. I guess you've got some distance up here. 31.30. Oh, GNS is moving. New high there. Shares would be the play I'd do on these. Not sure I want to chase it right now though. So bad right now. 30. Wow, this thing is volatile, man. It's been a while since I've watched GNS move. That's great. That's gonna get halted. Oh yeah, extended hours messes everything up. You can't. I don't look at like TA with extended hours. I'll look at support and resistances that happen after hours, but yeah, movie averages and all that, I keep it off. Can't even buy it. How come? 12 is. Burka is up 5% still. I thought about getting into this thing also. Pretty late on it. Venus is probably a better price. Might wait for we gotta move to VWAP today, might pick some up. He's saying you can't buy because he can't. Thanks for your likes, guys. We're at 21. Not too shabby. How high up does GNS go before it settles, though? Only 11 o'clock. So might, if it breaks here, probably move up to 34.20. It's kind of the next little spot, and then 37.70. Just a big bounce off this support. Wait. Well, so far I'm glad I got my $1.50 cash card puts for today, because I don't think I would have gotten the same price. So Logan's talking, but I don't think she's talking about anything that'll affect the market. AI is up 25%. This thing moves so smooth. For an entry on GNS later today. Got put like 2 grand into shares maybe. Ala's up 10%. Building a little cup and handle maybe. Golfing. Go. Another engulfing candle. Working out. They're on Kala. How high will AI go? Unlimited. It's unlimited how high it can go. Kala breaking out of the high from yesterday. You get Robinhood. Yeah, I get Robinhood. Cheers. Got a little gap fill here at 1150 on Kala. That might be its top on today. We'll see. Robinhood is beautiful. eToro? Aren't you in the States? Oklahoma's an Hindu cow. Yep, holding up well though. Kind of a little bull flag here intraday. Bullish on the MACD on the hourly, green over the 9. Could be doing a little inverted head and shoulders here. So yesterday's candle was a bit bullish. Kind of a hammer candle. Pick up on the RSI today. It's fixed. I've heard of eToro. I thought that was a Euro brokerage. Is it crypto? Is that what I was thinking of? I guess next week will be drop on Tesla, hopefully. I've already averaged into this play once. Got more capital in this put debit spread than I want to. Break even's 174.30 on it. Pretty far down here. eToro USA. USA. ENS moving back down to VWAP here. Conversion rate? What do you mean? Oh. What? It's a business. Yeah. Foreign exchange. You're gonna pay the conversion rate. Yeah. Pay first. GME breaking through VWAP there. Oh, BBY made a new low, 146. Oh, interesting. I mean, yeah, holding above this level would be nice for this little bull flag, but head and shoulders really have a little more room, like 143. Citadel's billing out SI. Buys come down a little bit. View up's so high though. UNS bouncing off a VWAP there. $46 is testing it again. Elba's bouncing off a VWAP there. $145 BBY hit.
take us through the charts. Here to take us through
Liechtenstein.
the trades, Charles Moon of Prosper Trading Academy. Glad you're both here on this Friday. First one up is Roblox. Year to date, it's up 43%. And you know what? It's up 4% today. It's had a little shakiness of late, but what are you thinking?
Yeah, so, they're up big this year, but they're also one of the stocks that were down the most last year. So the recovery makes a lot of sense. But, going back for the last week, RBLX has kind of been, pressured on the downside, but really was maintaining the 200-day moving average on the daily chart for key support. And that 35, 36 half range was like a short-term accumulation zone. Well, yesterday they had spiked pretty aggressively on that ATVI Microsoft news, and you're seeing the follow-through momentum today. So for me, at this point, there's a little bit of resistance to play around this 42 pricing range, but they power through this 42 level. They could be pushing up towards 46, 47 half. And if the momentum is really, really there, they could be making that big push for that 52-week highs. This is one of those momentum names that have great demand, great volume, and really just a lot of interest both from retail and institutional. I just love the upside here. I think this is a low risk, high reward play. And if the momentum is behind one of these names, and we've seen these stocks gain momentum, they could go up very quickly in a short period of time. So that's what I'm anticipating. I'm thinking that RBLX tests up somewhere around 43 half to 46 here by the end of next week.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, I was saying I was on a ski trip last weekend, and the 4-year-old just kept asking for more Roblox on the phone. Ben, what are you thinking?
Yeah, well, this is a stock that I'd have to agree with Charles in terms of that 46, 47 area is going to be key. It's done very well, but has lost some momentum to the upside. Let's just begin with the move that we've seen since the end of December last year, beginning of January this year. We were down around 25. We saw a very well-defined trend environment to the upside, but again, kind of losing some of the momentum and hanging out right around this key area around 41. Let me show you what my eye was drawn to in terms of areas of consolidation and these areas of balance that form on the way up. Look at this very well-defined staircase type pattern, 26, 28, 30, and increments of $2. We see these breakouts to the upside and then sideways consolidation. And then in the middle of January, we get this huge candle to the upside right to that. Well, this is the $41 level here. And look at this, we kind of go sideways since the middle of January around that $41 level. So we're forming value here, trend environment to the upside, but 46, 47, that next big hurdle for the bulls to get up above, and you can see the spike there that we short-lived, very limited in terms of follow-through to the upside. Now, let's take a step back here. I want to move away from this hourly time frame and just show you what's going on in terms of, actually, before we do, let me show you in terms of the significance of that 41 level. Here's that range that we've formed, 46 to 33. So again, this being that 41 level to keep an eye on. Now, that's the significance there in terms of just, it's a pivotal area right now. Looking at it on the daily time frame, though, we just looked at a trend environment on the hourly, the more intermediate. Here you can see that's very much counter trend to what we've seen on the longer term. This is the move up we just looked at, and you can see how it's kind of just gotten us back to the upper extreme of a range that we've been in, going all the way back to May. Let's identify these areas of consolidation so you can see 5 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4. We're talking breakouts to the downside, and then this consolidation that occurs. And again, that key area, the upper extreme, if we were to get up to, well, through the 46, 47 level, that's the next hurdle I think Charles was talking about, up around that 55, 60 area. I wanted to show you where things stand, guys, in terms of the 50-day, the 200, because this move has us above both of them. But look, RSI lagging, kind of limited, not really providing that enthusiasm. That's why I say in this instance, trend environment on the to the upside on the more intermediate, but you've got to give the benefit of the doubt to the bears on this one. This could be a sell opportunity here right now that we're heading into.
Interesting. In meantime,
a little
Charles,
food there,
you're
guys.
Talking about how it's held critical support of the
foul, let's
200-day
see.
simple moving average. What do you think of Ben's charts and your final thoughts, Charles?
I mean, he's dead on in that respect, but ultimately another aspect that we have to,
I mean, it still happens.
somewhat consider
Still
here
overtraded
with
times.
Roblox is that if Meta is making, a substantial leap and they're
I
really
still
strong in
sometimes
comparison to
given
their
the
peers,
high
the
confirmation
other big
bias or
tech
whatever.
names today, that could be somewhat of a
It's
carry
just,
play as well. Obviously,
if
the
you know
biggest
it's there,
concerns
you'll just get better at
tied with
recognizing
Meta
it,
is
and
the amount of money
just,
they've
you'll be more
been
skeptical and
burning
more
in
cautious
terms
of
trying to bring their metaverse up and
of
getting
it.
the
So the
retail
quicker you can
public
recognize
to
it, the
really
quicker you can
embrace the idea
make
of
changes
the
if you've made a
metaverse.
move
And obviously, we know that
out of emotion
Roblox is built around their entire business model
as far as
around the
confirmation
metaverse.
bias
So,
goes.
it may be that if Meta goes,
Not over
Roblox
trading.
goes as well. But really, the big catalyst, in my opinion, was
Yeah,
that Microsoft news yesterday.
that is a
And
that
if
can be a big problem.
ATVI progresses up, TTWO starts leaping above that
There's a
117
balance there, because
resistance
sometimes you
level.
want to trade
I
more
really
often.
do like the upside momentum in Roblox. And then the markets,
And for me,
we're
it's
at
like
this point, it's almost a make
oftentimes
or
it's
break.
when
We try to break down below the
it's when I've
200-day
made a
moving
trade
average
and
in the
and
SPY
it
and
goes
the
against
Qs,
me and I
we've
just
been
leave
able
it.
to break
That's when I
back
should trade
and
more and I
really
should
start
get out
to
of it.
extend up here. So, all
Or
of
maybe
this
even
kind
flip
of
and go the other
points
way.
to the signs that Roblox may go risk on and make that really quick move here in the
So
near term.
I've written down some rules as
TTWO was a big mover
not rules, but just
yesterday.
different
Let's get to the next one.
different
Looking at Mobileye, which
notes
is jumping
as
about
different
6%
experiences have
today.
happened.
Charles, what are your thoughts here?
Right. So, this hasn't really been talked about.
And
Obviously, Mobileye
yeah,
used to be
one of them's
a
kill
publicly
losers
traded
quickly.
company before Intel bought them out and took
So
them private. And then now they
to not
just came out on
overtrade,
their IPO. And since their IPO,
just
they
patience.
really
Bull
haven't
market
had
requires
a
patience,
lot of
tons of
attention,
patience,
a lot of
patience,
hype.
patience.
It's
Like,
something that we've been watching closely.
even if you do
It
miss
was
a trade,
stock that I used to love to trade
just have
when it was
patience. There'll be
public
another one.
prior
There's always gonna be
before.
another trade.
They
Always
are
be another
just coming
stock.
off
Always
their
be another short
50-day moving
squeeze.
average. And the key
This
price
isn't the last
threshold
one.
here that I'm watching is right around this 42 level. I believe if they get above 42,
Listen to
they're gonna be
yourself.
working
That's
their
one I
way
have on
back
here.
towards that 45, 47 level.
This is a strange
The
one to
trend
think
has
about,
been
but
really good.
you gotta
The
actually
most
listen
recent
to yourself
pullback at
and do what you
37.5
think,
was that bounce off the 50
or do what you tell other
SMA, but it
people.
was also a nice little rebound
And
off
like,
of a previous resistance
for whatever
level
reason, we
from December
want to
14th. That was that high
go
right
against
around
what we're
that
thinking,
37.31.
or go
So
against, like,
if there's
that's why I
any
think beginner
follow-through,
traders
there's
like
a little bit of
oftentimes do
resistance
pretty
here,
well,
right around
just with
41,
beginner's luck, because
42. If there's any follow-through,
they're just
I
dumb.
think the overall
You know, it's just like
longer-term trend continues.
they just
Not
they
only
just
they
keep
should
it
they
simple,
get back to
stupid, and
48s,
that
but there's
works.
a possibility
Keep it simple,
that they're
keep it
gonna
stupid.
just
Like,
break, make new
it
highs,
doesn't
and
have to be
extend and
difficult.
continue that trend.
Something's going up,
Upside
it's probably gonna
probably
keep going
around
up,
50
keep
to
momentum
52
going.
here in the near term.
So
Yeah. And so,
of course, it's not always the
Charles
case,
likes
but
the idea of revisiting
I think that's part of the
highs,
reason why
pushing even higher.
beginners
Ben,
oftentimes do well.
what
They
are you thinking?
don't have all this other
I'd have to
emotion. They
agree
haven't
with
had
that.
these
In this
other scenarios where they've gotten
completely
bit
different
hard,
scenario in terms of what we were just
and
talking about.
so
A mirror
they're second
image, the
guessing
opposite of
themselves, and
Roblox, right? We
they're trying
mentioned
to
Roblox
think
was actually
too in
trending
depth
higher
and
on the
look
more
too technical
intraday,
into
but
this or that, and not
lower
just
on the longer
seeing
term
it simply for
time
what
frame.
it
You can
is.
see in this instance we're actually trending
GNS holding
lower
up really
on
well
the
here.
intraday time frame. I'm going to show you how we're trending higher on the longer term. That's why I buy into what Charles is talking about, giving the benefit of the doubt to the bulls in this instance because of the daily time frame. But let's look at this first and foremost.
Me,
It
I'm
was interesting
so
because 41 was a
apt to
significant area
not
for Roblox.
chase
It's
that.
also significant here for
If something starts to
MBLY.
go
You can
just a
see
little bit,
trend
I'm like,
line
oh,
to
too late. I
downside.
can't
I'm gonna
chase.
point out a
So
couple
that's something I
areas
have
of
to
consolidation where we
rein in and
started to,
accept getting into
just
stuff
form
late
value
and
establish
it
them. This
seeming
is a
like a
30-minute
chase
candle
because
chart. So you can see again 47,
it
44,
could have a lot more to go.
41. Look at this, another instance, perfectly
Like GNS is
$3
an
increments to
example.
the
I mean,
downside now, currently right
I
around
don't know
this
if I want
$38, $39
to put more
level.
capital out right now,
I
but
did want to point out, look,
like this one might not be
spiked
too
up right
late.
back to
You know,
41, which
it could
is
come back
significant.
down
I'm going to show you why.
20
Not
or
only
2.5
in terms of this
or
hourly time frame invalidating that
two-
trend to the
2
downside.
1/4.
If you get above the middle of the last area balance
Have
formed
patience,
prior to
which,
the one that we're forming right now, you
I could wait
lose
for that, or
working
maybe it won't.
assumption that
But if
we're
I get in
forming
here, I'd have to
value
be
areas at
fine to
lower
hold
and
through
lower
that
levels, right?
downside.
So we're back to a key
So it did
area
just break
here
that
today.
resistance.
Let's take a look at the hourly
Pretty
time
big move
frame
there.
because I wanted to show you
So
this is
am I
where you
late?
start to
Maybe,
really see
maybe
that
not. I
trend
don't know.
environment I was talking
8.7.
that's coming into play on the bigger picture, more intramedia as we move away from that more granular.
I see this more as
Back in the
a
middle of
bounce off that
November, we were
support,
trading
so
around $26, spiked all the
probably
way
not
up
just
to
continuing to just
48.
V.
And let
You
me
know,
just show
typically
you
you
what I
get
was looking at in terms of these
consolidation before a
areas
rally.
that formed on the way up.
When we
here
fall
on
hard
this
like
chart.
that,
28, 34,
it takes some
42, 46.
recovering
Now,
to then
that move that we
just
just
rally
looked at
sustainably,
lower
I
coming
think.
off here, look, you can see how we took out a key area around 42. So it gets a little messy at this instance.
I'm not worried
You're
about the
no
rule
longer seeing
changes
that
or
really
whatever.
well-defined
I don't
trend
think it means
environment to
anything.
the upside. So what I
Me
did is I just
popping up a
took
little bit
step
there.
back and I tried to kind of just look at this as one larger area.
I've never played
RimWorld.
RimWorld.
Identifying and breaking it down as three. And You can notice again, we're right at that $42 level again, which shows the significance, because if we can get back above
10% down. It's only
in
down
this
5%
instance, it
though.
opens up a door for a retest to 48. Let me show you another chart, which I think is significant as well in terms
Cash
of
on
this.
hand
You
is
can see
good.
the daily, and again, giving that benefit.
Yeah,
of the
cash
doubt,
balance is
longer-term
that's a
bull
position,
trend.
that's a
We've seen
trade.
24
Having cash for
up
sure.
to 48, but look
That
what I
is
went ahead
short
and did in
squeeze.
this instance, just to show you the
Have to wait.
significance of that
Maybe it's
$42
GNS.
level.
I don't know.
We're in the range.
You're not
48
patient,
to
Jason.
37. Look right smack dab in the middle right now. This is a pivotal area. Key
A
for the
handful of
bulls.
darts
They
in
want
the
to
wall.
get this thing up and through, continue that momentum to the upside, retest 48 quickly. I've got a 50-day moving average for you here as well, Nicole. Oh, I'll have to save that one for our next discussion. I've got one for you later.
All right. All right. You know, I see a buy
Yeah,
rating.
Jim. I can see you doing that because I know how you like to get the perfect bottom.
From 44 to 52.
For me, it's not like
I love those
trying to get the
charts
bottom
there,
on
and
it. It's
think
just
that when you
I
just hear the numbers,
don't want
24
to
to
chase.
48.
So,
I mean, 3 months the stock,
which is
jumped
not a bad
42%,
thing, but you don't want to be
folks. I mean,
too
that's
much
no
that
joke.
way
That's
to
a
where
big move.
the move that you've
Charles,
been
final
expecting or
thoughts
waiting
here.
for starts to go, and then you think you're too late.
Yeah, it's certainly the sector is
But
getting
yeah,
love. Another
I
name,
probably could turn
peer
it to
company,
chasing a little bit more.
LAZR, has also been moving very aggressively here over the
I'm
last
a little
week.
too conservative on my
it just
chasing.
seems that there's a lot of demand coming back into the LiDAR sector. Mobileye, of course, is considered one of the leaders and the prominent figures in this sector itself. And again, you know, when the market gets bullish, we
Red
look
box
at
and a
growth
chair.
opportunities. We've seen EVs
Yeah.
trying to come back.
That's the
there's
thing.
a
If you
lot
don't
of
know about it though,
disappointment
and
at
know the catalyst
Tesla
or know
off
kind
their
of
investor day, but
some of the
they've
reason,
rebounded
and
back very nicely
that's where it's
today.
like I don't like to
Ultimately,
chase.
if the EV
So like
demand in
something like GME that I'm so familiar with at this point, if it starts to go,
gives more
I
prominence
will
to
fully jump
companies
in and chase
like
it heavy.
Mobileye and
I know the potential,
LAZR.
and I'm
for
trying
the
to just grow
opportunity
that
of growth,
that
and
book
that's really kind of what
of
I'm seeing. In the
stocks
near
I
term,
know
again,
like that.
from a technical standpoint, I'm with Ben that
BBBY,
42 price
like
is
I don't
extremely
know it like
critical.
GME,
The
but
longer trend is
I know if it
really
starts to go,
important.
it has potential,
really
so I
wouldn't
would
have been
chase
bullish
it.
if it didn't bounce
At this
and
point,
double
I've
tap off of that
kind of
37.5 level.
I don't need to
Again,
chase. I'm already
they
buying at these
utilized that
levels,
old
so
spike high and offered up as support right in relation to that 50-day moving average. Now their lockup expiration from their IPO is I think somewhere around late April. That's a lot of time for this stock to make a move. Again, in a short period, we've seen how fast it could actually ramp up. This is something to watch. If it clears that 42, it might be that propellant to get right back to that 48 or even higher here.
yeah. So the Fidelity person said, "Oh, you need to call in." I don't know why.
This
What?
year to date.
Like
so
if your
I understand where you're
your
coming
account
from.
falls below
Last but not
25K,
least, we're looking at EOG Resources.
that could be
came out
why.
with some mixed
Like it's not
quarterly
below 25K.
results. What are you
Hasn't
thinking
fallen
here?
below it.
So EOG, since their 52-week high,
Maybe they stopped
and
giving
actually
margin
doubled
on.
tapped at that level, has been progressively
I bet that's what
working
it
down.
is.
And they've been really sustaining and really just trying to hold that 200 simple moving average as critical support. This is going back all the way to last November.
Maybe stop giving margin for
just recently they
BBBY.
ended up breaking down underneath that level, and of course they gapped lower on earnings. Now they're right back to that 200-day moving average here. You know, the UAE news was pretty interesting. That obviously shook up crude futures today. Crude had dive bombed. It was down over $2 before the market opened. It's up slightly now. It's rallied back, and a lot of the energy stocks have rallied. But we're seeing this really kind of lopping, you know, progressive lower
Dude,
high.
they haven't announced earnings.
Move to the downside since their 52-week
But
low.
look,
I understand the demand. It's really
even on
difficult
Fidelity,
to try and short the energy sector.
I can't show you, but on Fidelity, the expiration, it gives me March 3rd, March 10th, and then it says March 15th is earnings.
Last year.
Did they
This is
come
a
out with
really
the filing?
interesting moment because not just 121, but upwards of nearly 130.
That doesn't make any sense.
There's just
Well, Fidelity's
layers
claiming
of
March
potential
15th. They're not even saying it's
resistance zones. There's a gap fill.
suggestive
There's a 50
or
SMA, and currently right now it's right at the 200-day moving average. So if we start
anything.
seeing EOG
They're saying it's
get knocked
15th.
back, I could actually see it breaking down below 111
Okay.
and working their way down to 105 here.
Maybe we missed something.
All right, Charles, thank you for that. Final
Highs holding up at the highs here.
Take a look at EOG Resources.
I think we'll get a nice flush today.
EOG trending
Got
lower
Fed speakers
on
still.
the intraday, but well-defined trend to the upside on the bigger picture.
I guess
Let's
we keep
dive
going
first
up.
and
It's already
foremost
up
into the
0.86%,
hourly
and we're
candles.
just
You can
at
see
this
what I'm talking about
resistance.
as far as
So
the trend lower, 135 down to 111. Last
break
week we've
would be
been
big
coming
here
off
to the
that
upside.
lower level, and I'm going to show you invalidating the working assumption that we were trending lower at the very least, starting to form this larger.
this is exactly what I said yesterday. I said we could even make a move all the way up to
401,
400 area. I said 400 area.
Ticker symbol
And here we are.
Let's just
That's
and foremost
crazy.
show you what I'm talking
Just
about.
because that
You've got
engulfing
areas
candle
of
yesterday.
consolidation formed at lower levels, and then look at this. We
Guess I
start
should have
to
gone long
break
somewhere.
this,
That's where I wasn't
kind of
listening to
working
myself.
assumption
I
that
saw
now
engulfing
is forming at
candle,
lower
didn't go
levels as we
long.
take out 119.
I didn't want to chase.
This
Maybe that's what it was.
level. So I just took a step back and kind of drew this as one larger area. I mentioned how 118 is going to be key to remember here. Let me show you why when we pull up the daily. Trending lower on the hourly, but
yeah,
as I mentioned, trending up on the daily. You can see
I even told myself, okay, I need to go long. I see this. I'm going to listen to myself.
Down around the $20, $30 level.
Just like, when should I have gone long? I don't know.
Talked about around 150. And look at this. Again,
after hours
migration of value to the upside, areas of consolidation that formed at higher and higher levels. And interestingly enough, that 118 level comes into play with the range that we've been in since the beginning of 2022. Upper extreme, again, 150, lower extreme around that $90 level. And look where we are here, right in the middle at this 118 level. So this is going to be pivotal. But again, giving the benefit of the doubt to the bulls with the longer term trend to the upside here. And this one, I do have the 50-day moving average ready for us here, Nicole. You can see we're holding below it, holding below the 200-day. So the bulls have some hurdles to get up above here, as well as the fact that RSI has been somewhat limited in terms of participation to the upside. And the stock is
bringing out to the upside here
on the year. But again, longer term trend to the upside here and invalidating that more intermediate hourly trend to the downside. So giving the bulls a foundation here to stand on as we head into the end of next week and into the middle of March.
Well, you know, and Charles was saying, look,
I don't think it means anything, honestly.
The downside could be as deep as
this little picture that's floating
so
around,
really
it's
is showing signs of the
gaining
breakdown.
popularity.
Focusing on that downside. Thank you both very, very much. A good Friday, a wonderful Big Three. Charles Moon,
thanks,
Senior
McFall.
Market
Appreciate it, man.
Strategist of Equities at Prosper Trading Academy, and our own Ben Lichtenstein there with the charts. Coming up next, we're going to spotlight Trinity Capital. We'll find out more about what a business development company.
High break in here. Might take the long. All this consolidation, then a break would be bullish. I have those Fed speakers though. Let's see. Bostic's at 11:45, so he's in 15 minutes. If that dude winds back what he said yesterday, the market's gonna give back at least to 396. Gonna be a big move down. I don't know if he will, but this is all the Bostic pump. Bought at 169. Nice. I guess it wasn't since it's been going up, but when it was going down. Back here somewhere. New high on the SPY there. Whoa, nat gas is ripping. What is that? You have data today on that? Oh. Weird. Weird. Big move on UNG. I still haven't gotten more contracts of that. Should have. Oh, it's getting back to its high from the other day. Big candle there. Not sure what that was. Seems like some kind of news. Someone said something. Oh, it doesn't even show that high. It's on the futures. I guess that was... The market was closed? Yeah. Yeah, right here. Starting to fill that gap on UNG. Buy, maybe rejecting now. Wicked up there. Yeah, my contracts are up 1,300 today. Haven't sold any, just bought dips on it. Bought dips on that natural gas. That's correct. There's not a 225 call though, I don't think, is there? 250. So it'd be a $2 call or a 250 call. But yeah, you can't lose. Exactly. If it goes up, and if it goes down, you're going to lose the value of your equity. But the covered call, you'll make money on the covered call if it goes down too. Yeah, I think that's true, Gene. I think we'll probably see a close under 150. 37,000 shares. Noise. 10,000 at $1.40. That was a pretty low price. You got 47,000 shares. I think I'd like to see this.
Week to date, and it actually moved
Gene
into
has
the
40%.
Oh,
look at that thing breaking through.
Really, even after that big
Look at how high the VWAP is. What the heck?
For the week, basically flat. Renita Young, thank you so much, senior markets correspondent here on the TD Ameritrade Network. It's time for our spotlight.
Maybe it is just going to be.
Capital.
I mean,
we welcome in Kyle Brown, President,
how volatile
Chief
this thing is. It
Investment
might not do a
Officer,
traditional.
Capital. Thanks for being with us. So I want to hear all about the company, Trinity Capital. Tell our viewers what the company does, how you pick companies in which you invest.
Yeah. Well, thanks for having me, Nicole. Trinity Capital, we've been around since 2008.
We might see a little 140 today. We're 145 is the low.
We provide an extension of runway for growth stage companies. So think about growth stage companies.
370,000 shares.
20% annual growth rate.
Just throw that on the Discord. Let me see some screenshots.
They have disrupted an older archaic
throwing around
industry,
numbers like that.
and they're looking for an extension of runway. And we provide that in the form of equipment financing, secured lending, and we help them get further down the road so they can execute on milestones, build their valuation as they head towards another fundraise or liquidity event. So very industry agnostic, anything from kombucha and providing bottling equipment to tools and equipment to build the next space station. So, I mean, really industry agnostic. The general theme, though, is growth stage, growing at a rapid clip and looking for additional capital.
Yeah, growth stage, disruptors. And so
new high there on the
people
SPY.
Want and love at that time. Some of your notable investments include
XLF's
Lucid,
404.
Impossible Foods, Matterport, and Madison Reed, just to name a few. I see Firefly on there. Give me any thoughts on some of these names that are up here right now. What are people? Untuckit is a great one. Shop there often. Tell me a little bit about these companies, or just highlight one or two of them and where they stand now.
Sure. So, Lucid would be a good example. That was a company many years ago that was pivoting away from a battery technology into a car company. They had significant IP, and we provided an advance and a senior position against that IP. We helped them get further down the road so that they could achieve some milestones, start building their factory, and they were able to raise some significant equity dollars, which they've obviously used to build their factories, build a product, and then go public eventually. And so we were a bridge to that event, and that's a pretty good example.
SPY's wicking up there.
Early days, we came in and they had raised significant equity dollars from Bill Gates, Google. We come in to provide financing for the equipment, what they're actually going to create their product on. And so we have a senior secured lien against that equipment. So we find ways to get into growth stage companies without taking the risk that the equity players are taking. And we have real collateral, either in the form of a hard asset or a senior lien against all assets. So, but that capital helps them get further down the road in a less dilutive manner.
With over $1 billion in assets, you're raising money to obviously give these companies the runway that they need. And so how do you continually raise money? How difficult of a task has that been, and what do you see going forward?
How do you do it?
So we're capitalized as an internally managed BDC, obviously listed on the NASDAQ as Trend. We distribute out the majority of our earnings, 90+% of our earnings annually. So we are a perpetual raiser of new capital. We continue to raise new capital, but as an internally managed BDC, we are a very consistent dividend play. You can see that we've raised our dividend eight straight quarters since becoming a public company in early 2020. We've gone from a 22-cent dividend up to a 61-cent dividend this last quarter. That's a 17%
New high
yield
there
where
on
the stock is
GNS,
right now.
330.
But we will continue to raise additional capital on balance sheet, off balance sheet. If the opportunity is there for growth, we will continue to raise new capital. We are different, certainly different than our peers in that as an internally managed BDC, there is no management fee, there is no carried interest.
This one's gone like 20%
with our
since
investors. We just got SEC approval to manage an RIA, so the public company is very unique. The public company has the ability to manage funds
might actually come down now
and generate fees and carried interest. So we want investors thinking about us as a platform that focuses on growth stage companies, has many different verticals to support these companies. Really, everything other than what they can get from a bank
this is just a buying opportunity.
Line. We're there to provide it, and on and off balance sheet.
Yeah, love that 15% plus dividend. RIA, exciting news there. Just finally, some big names that we should be watching in which you're an investor.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, I'm really excited. I was just with the CEO from Space Perspective, and always dreamed about going to space, and she has provided a really interesting and safer way to get there. And so I think maybe later this year or next year, you'll see us going up to space without
new high there.
So in a way that's affordable.
34.20,
that's a really interesting and fun one right now.
Really 35's that gap fill actually.
We'll watch for that one, Kyle. Thank you so much for being on with us. Kyle Brown, President and Chief Investment Officer, Trinity Capital. Thank you. Coming up next, disruptors. We're looking at Zscaler. In fact, this one is under some pressure, had its quarterly
GME just no volume, hanging out the highs, 2%. All right, I think I want to short now. Jack. Jason, you're not 40, you're like 18. Alright, I took the short there on ES. Well, actually, MES. Does Florida Man really exist? They do exist. GNS. This just burns a hole in your heart, Ace. You could have had at least 20% of that run there. Winter there is summer here. I don't think Florida's that far south. I like that. By the way you chat, what you say, and your thoughts. Does he really ride an alligator on the highway? He surfs an alligator on the highway. He stands on its back. Based out by GME. Yep. Kala 21%, dude. Woo. Nice little breakout there. I don't know. I doubt any of you guys got into this one, but I was looking for resistance here, and it broke it. It's going. Jeez, GNS 55%. Oh, it filled that gap. This thing's getting squeezy again. Jeez. Yeah, if you have patience, I think we'll see some BBY upside. Should have not even thought about it. Do cover calls, Ace. Just try it. If you're gonna sell, at least do it that way. Oh, now SPY's starting to rally. Well, my short here is at least a better price. This is the highs. We're up almost 1%. Looks like BY might have found a floor. The 145 might have been the low. That's right. I was trying to open up. Why didn't I put this buying power? Whatever. Now we're barcoding with 147 low, 148 high. That's 50%. Kala 21%. AI 27%. Volkswagen's up 8%. He's super bullish on SPY. Yeah. Did see it. If that's what you're happy, if that's what you're content selling the shares at, Ace, then yeah, sell at 24. Sell it for, like, give it a month of time. A shorter date at 24, you're not going to get any premium. I don't know where he gets his data from, so I don't know how to decipher what he's saying. He's been wrong. He's gone back and forth like 18 times on GME, which I don't blame him for it, because I did too. It was, but you guys see what I'm basing it on, so you can agree with it or disagree with it. We don't see what he's basing it on, so him going back and forth just doesn't give me any confidence. So tomorrow he might say SPY's gonna dump, and I don't know why he said it was gonna rally in the first place. So, but yeah, I don't know, maybe it could. Dude, Gian, like this thing. Did they announce something? No, of course not.
Today. Thank you. Coming up next, our panel is ready to talk all about retail stocks. We've heard from Macy's, Kohl's, and a lot of names this week.
I always like to make it back just in time for the ads. Back with syphilis. Uptrend on SPY. He showed a little TA. It wasn't like, yeah, he's just showing this channel. He's ignoring everything else. If that's all it's on, like, yeah, okay. Is that the channel that I just pointed out? Bobby isn't a barcode, yep. We've got 147 for the low, 148 for the high. But I think this 145 might have been the low on the day. It's still pretty early though, it's 11:50, so we'll see. Buy is breaking out here. Wait a minute, do I still have a short? Crap. I do. Let's see if it actually does a move. That gas is holding up there. Arbiter of truth. Four 156 is the high on SPY there. Yeah, it just broke it. Bugger. ENS 52%. Whoa, look at that rip on SPY. Gosh, I'm out again. Could flip long, but we're already up so much. It's up a whole percent. And they're still, like, we're not fully broken of these resistances over here. There's a wick up here at 402. But the long here honestly does look pretty nice. Just seems so late, but doesn't always matter. Got a gap fill up there. 404. That's literally the level I mentioned earlier. It's like, if we break here, we're gonna go to 404. So let's see. We're still wait the Fed speaker though. Oh, Bostic's been speaking. Is he getting all bullish again? Is that what's going on here? Bowman speaks at 2. Wonder when Bostic's done. Selling a covered call, does it get filled instantly by broker, so I have to wait a while for someone to buy it? No, the market maker will fill it. I mean, if you put it as a market order, or if you put it at the bid on a covered call, then yeah, it'll get filled. It's just like, yeah, you should paper trade it maybe, figure out kind of how it works and what it does. I mean, it's pretty straightforward, but so you're not surprised. To move up to 404 would be huge. 401.79. Yeah, see this 402.19 was the high back there. Still quite a ways. I'm just gonna chill. I'll just wait for the short entry. I'm not even gonna go long. GNS 55%. Ooh. SPY is squeezing. Easy goes up 10%. All at 23. There's your breakout on SPY. This must be from Bostic. GNS 56%, $3.60 on it. $37.70 would be the resistance, I would presume. Jeez, this thing just wakes up out of nowhere. Hey, did you call this one out again? Was that you? It's on my watch list, but I wouldn't have seen it until it's up probably 6-7%. Oh. SPY squeezing 409, 401.96. Oh, what is it higher? No, 402.19 is the very top of this range. I'll just put a markup here. I'm gonna get technical here, SPY. There it is, see what happens. Yeah, GNS, Ace. Did you mention this morning? Oh, Cosmos ended up doing 6.5%. This is one I was trying to buy yesterday. Accidentally bought more BBBY. Oh, I doesn't want it. AI is up 28%. Yeah, there was a lot of Chinese education runners, those IPO ones, especially. That was crazy. About out some SPGI. That or wait. Yeah, they're risky for sure. It's something you have to just get in and out of, not hang on to. Not sure SPY wants to break out of this range. I mean, it made it all the way to the top of it. Oh, it's coming back up for round 2. I think GNS wants to break that high also. Is it duopoly with Moody's? Hmm. Oh, GNS broke that 3770. Wow. $42.10. What is the next little spot? Also getting to that 50 right there on the hourly. See that? What a move, man. Gosh.
Now, day 2, at least today, you have the dollar lower and yields lower, favorable. Yesterday we did that. We rallied off the lows yesterday, or we firmed up. Remember, Salesforce was up all day.
Right.
So that gave a little boost to the overall market. But we rallied off those numbers, and we've done it now. That was with the dollar up and yields up yesterday, and we rallied. Today, it's a much easier day to justify a rally, but here we are Friday. But next week,
Is it?
You got Jerome Powell speaking. You've got all the labor market data. You got JOLTS and ADP on Wednesday. Thursday, jobless claims, payrolls on Friday. Big week next week. Let's see how we finish the day, how we finish the week.
Yeah, it just seemed like the market wanted to bounce off of those key levels for the S&P 500 and NASDAQ 100, 200-day moving average.
These guys still aren't talking about Boston.
There. And maybe that's given some credence to this rally. But one of the stocks, Kevin, post earnings, it's down over 9%, was down over 13% earlier in the session. Zscaler. Let's bring in Caroline Woods, senior markets
Might be a good
correspondent here
short
on the
here.
network, to help us break down these results, because it seems like nobody wants to pull back on CapEx spend for cybersecurity.
Wow, we've got that big engulfing candle yesterday
Palo
now.
Alto did well after their earnings, but Zscaler
This rally could
taking
break
it on the
through.
chin here today, Caroline.
And it's not that customers are pulling back yet. It's just that they're being a lot more cautious. They're scrutinizing those the costs a lot more closely, and they're maybe not signing the deals quite as fast. So it's an elongated deal cycle. Now, Dan Ives of Wedbush was out with a note this morning before I even saw Zscaler's results. He said, "Good quarter with some
DNS
cracks,
71%.
solid but not blowout numbers." But based on what the stock is
420
doing right
coming
now,
up.
Wall Street taking them a bit more negative negatively, off about 9%, as you said. So already off the lows, but still taking a beating today. That being said, this is a company that had done pretty well so far in 2023, still up about 9% so far this year, despite today's pretty significant losses. Now, running through those numbers, the headline numbers actually came in better than expected. Adjusted EPS of 37 cents, topped expectations. Revenue rose 52% to $387.6 million. Billings grew 34%
down, Costco
to $494 million.
Ooh, I like
but those
that.
cracks that Dan Ives was referring to, have
Doji.
to do with the fact that Q2 deals were delayed because of customers taking a harder look at budgets due to macro headwinds, scrutinizing harder.
$4 on
On the
GNS.
call, the CEO of Zscaler said, in January we saw
Seems
higher
almost
scrutiny on
doubled today.
budgets compared to December, resulting in additional delays in large deals. These deals haven't gone away, and customers are taking longer to make decisions and requiring additional approvals. They expect that customer cautiousness to continue. As such, they're forecasting billings to decline by about 9% sequentially in the current quarter, which is fiscal Q3. So I think that muted kind of billing.
Yeah. Uh-oh. ED down. Judy is not happy. All right, I'm taking the short again. Another high. BBBY is just still barcoding here. 147, 148 barcode. Hopefully we don't have a computer problem here. Check something real quick. Okay. What died? Thinkorswim uses a lot of power. Is that CPU it's using? To kill that. Bye bye, TD. I don't know if they have revenue. I think they have revenue. Oh, I don't know. It's not even on here. I don't know. Kala 22%. GME had a pop there. 2.8% with some volume. Strange little pops on GME today. Might be finding a floor here. Yeah, I thought you were talking about GNS this morning. It had just barely started to go at 9:30. You didn't call it 9:30. At the bell? On a dip you called it? At open you said GNS. I think you might have mentioned it today though before I started looking at it. SPY moving up here more. I think I'm gonna hold this short. I don't if it doesn't go up more, I think it's at least gonna settle back down here before end of day. Unless it really breaks out. $9:30 Central. Oh, okay. 10:30. Yeah, it started to move. Yeah. That's the second one, dude. You called Hellbiz. Called GNS. Gotta start going on these. I mean, Hellbiz you did. You went on that one a few times. We won't talk about how many times you went on Elbiz. 3% on GME here. Huh. Maybe it's making a move back up to this resistance, to this level. 19. Yeah. Might be. It's 80% on GNS. 4210. Melting up here. There's these bear market rallies that you get that are just aggressive, man. Big engulfing, gap, and rally. How big these candles were, those are crazy. Jeez, GNS. Well, it's hitting that level. Be my next level up. It just recovered like 4 days of losses. SPY? Really? Dude, SPY is the best meme stock. GNS, the destroyer of shorts. BBBY, that wicked up a little bit there. I have 148.5 on that candle. We'll see if it breaks out, goes up to the VWAP here. GNS is just looking for 100%, looks like. Doesn't really care. 48.40. GME is just getting some of the pump from SPY, it's gotta be. $82 here. AI is almost 30%. It's just like common AI price action, I feel like, just a grind up. $147.5. Oh, it's doing all right. It's Friday. There's OPEX. Gotta come down. I bet it'll make a little move to VWAP here, though. At 145 still might have been the low.
Terminal rate has gone up. I think that's key as well, too, right? This was 4.9% just a couple months ago. Is what we're looking at, a terminal rate. And basically, for those of you unfamiliar with that term, it's basically where we expect the rates to kind of cap out at in terms of when the Fed is done with their rate hike cycle. That's been pushed up to around 5.4, even 5.5% with some analysts out there. So, that's a big move. And, the idea is, will the Fed stop at that point? Will they stop and then carry those rates for, a full year? I mean, it might be 2024 before you actually start seeing some cuts. And all of that has really changed. That dialogue has changed within the last month. It wasn't that long ago in January that we were talking about, hey, you could see some rate cuts at the end of 2023. And now that's all got pushed out. So that's been the change.
Yeah, and we talked about that quite a bit on the shows, Joe, in January when the market was screaming higher, and the market had it wrong as far as where the terminal rate was going to be, even though the Fed told us between 5 and 5.25, and that has continued to move higher. I think that's some of the concerns here. And then, interest rates 10-year back above 4%.
Once I would like Jerome Powell to answer these questions from Congress and going, you guys could help me a little. In this fight against inflation, you could help me rather than work against me.
Well, the Inflation Reduction Act.
Yeah, you've got some Inflation Reduction Act. You got some volume there on that little uptick. I think
take a quick break here.
You
but,
probably
when we
move
come
up
back,
here.
We're going to talk Apple.
Maybe to VWAP.
Analyst came out today, raised a price target on it, said
I don't think we'll
demand
get 145
remains
though.
strong for the iPhone moving forward. That's coming right back
That'll be our low.
after 2 minutes here on the Fast Market.
This looks like a skeleton right now. The king never dies. UNG's holding up there. Should have gotten more contracts. We can get a move like 12 here though. This will be an awesome play. I'll have doubled my money on the UNG on the nat gas. I think that's 12 on UNG. Oh, never mind. Not 12. Higher. Really? Like here, it's like 16. Dang it, it's a huge move. How is that possible? Oh yeah, okay, that makes sense. Kept averaging up. Alright, SPY's kind of rejecting here. BBBY still barcoding.
right? So interest rates and the overall market will affect Apple's trade, obviously.
Right. So
Got it out of
Joe, we had
GNS?
some supply chain issues here in
well, at least made
the
money
fourth
on it.
quarter.
Were you asking me the other day about it?
2022.
People were asking me about it the other day.
Going into the robust holiday shopping season.
I drew these lines
If
for
you look at
support,
the,
and it bounced
services
right on the
side of
bottom when I
industry,
drew.
while the margins might not be
Hard to
as
know,
high,
but
they continue to
yeah, this was the one
evolve
support.
this ecosystem
31
and
broke
makes it
that.
difficult for people to leave Apple once you start
At
using their products.
26, and then 21 was the last one. Was the high on that first day.
I mean, that's what Apple
I mean,
has
just a
developed over
solid
the past decade.
bounce on that.
Stickiness. You don't want to leave that ecosystem because you've got everything tied to those products. Now look, you mentioned
crazy.
Morgan Stanley came out with a price target raise, and they talk about that pent-up iPhone demand and the services reacceleration, as you were mentioning. But I think the other thing that Kevin kind of touched on as well too is there's an underappreciation of this potential for this gross margin expansion. And especially with bringing in a lot of that chip development in-house, basically, 2 years ago, they mentioned leaving Intel's chips and starting developing their own. That is going
that gas
to
moving up. Whoa, big gap up.
Margins going forward. And I think, when you look at the current valuation of Apple, it's not cheap, but it's in line with its kind of 5-year median levels. You got a forward PE of around 25 times and a forward price of sales of around 6 times. But you're also looking at current gross margins of about 43%. Now, if they can continue to ramp those up a little bit through some of that in-house development of the chip technology, that's only going to speak to volumes to what they can do for profitability going forward. And we are in a market right now where profitability, cash flow, right, free cash flow per share, those are the metrics that are being rewarded in this market.
Not GME.
Yeah, I agree with you there. And, those margins expanding,
$3 is kind of a move up on net gas.
This year, that's supposed to be another caveat there where they don't have to pay the licensing fees to Qualcomm. So trying to bring everything
I've never
in-house
rolled over a
while
future. I don't know how that
expanding
works.
their services offerings, which is going to keep people in there, as Joe mentioned, stickiness. But you've got an example trade in here, Joe. Stock's done pretty well so far this year. Go ahead.
SPY is now consolidating up here.
Yeah,
I'm gonna hold my short for a
we've had a
bit.
little bit of run up since we started. I don't know if you guys, propped the market up against me here, but I'm looking at taking advantage of maybe some of this bounce that we've gotten here. And like I said, we talked about this at the beginning of the segment, guys. I don't know how long the bounce in the market's going to be, but it does seem like there was some divergence at the beginning of the week that indicated that at least some of the selling exhaustion has started to dissipate. So I want to take advantage of that. I want to.
This is the barcode it's been doing for.
Take you out to the March 31st segment, so I guess the next 4 weeks, excuse me. That's the
penny stock algorithm, barcode
160
algorithm, I don't know.
vertical. I normally don't come on here with strictly directional trades where it's a debit, but in this
Oh,
example,
it's
given the fact
support.
that, the IV
support.
percentiles are what, around 11, 12%.
This
I mean,
dip.
right now implied volatility is relatively cheap in that name. I want to
Yeah,
take
so
advantage
it's back
of
to
that.
this,
I want
the
to
lows
buy
from this
where
day,
we're
which is what
at
I was kind of hoping it would
and sell
hold.
where I think we
Or
might
the
be
lows of
going,
that bull
and
flag.
that's the trick with the call
A
vertical.
little spring test, maybe.
Picking that spot where you think you're going to go to, that's where you're going to put your short strike. So that's that 150, 160 call vertical. I think I told you.
Daisy, you put your number there?
It looks like it's about 360
989
right
220
now that we are back
8686.
above that 200-day moving average, that next resistance could be up somewhere.
I don't know if that's wise.
160 level. The reason I looked at that is because that's
just don't think
the
you're as
high
old
that
as
we
you
hit
say you are.
after the last earnings announcement. RSI's turned back up. That's up to 54, so that's a bullish indicator. And then the MACD is turning back up as well too. So you got a few things that are aligning to give Apple a little bit of upside support. And
let's get a move back down to VWAP.
to take advantage of that.
Get that.
All right, let's break
That
this
VWAP.
down. March 31st, weekly
Dip.
series expires in 28 days. Buying the
Dollar's been
150
plummeting.
strike call, which is
That's
basically at the
partially
money.
fueling this
Selling
rally.
the 160 strike call, paying
Oil's
roughly
been
about
rallying.
350,
Yep.
360.
Everything's lined
down.
up for
What you
rally.
pay is going to be your risk on that particular trade. So about $350, $360 in risk, but it can expand to $10 here, Kev. Your break even 153.60 to the upside, 153.50 to the upside here. So you don't need a massive percentage move to get up there. You've got 4 weeks in this trade. If this momentum continues, Apple
Dollar's
continues
still in
to
a
move
bullish
higher.
trend to me, though.
Risk reward setup's pretty nice on this one.
Yeah,
Did
35 delta,
kinda hit this
which means
resistance,
this
though.
is directional in terms of bullish. Joe mentioned the
think the dollar's gonna keep
IV
climbing.
percentile is at 10, so you're not real worried, or you're less worried about implied volatility going lower. It still can, but you're in the low end of the range there.
Welcome to the Docs Club.
A 5, almost a 6 Vega doesn't really scare you there, but this is a directional play. It's paying a little bit of theta, but like I said, you're long a 150, 160. You're long a $10 call vertical for about
Holding up the party,
$3.60. Chance for almost a triple, Tom.
Yeah, and we mentioned that, Joe, the implied
I'm old enough to
volatility is
know
lower
not to do
right
what you've
now.
done.
You say you typically don't come on with like directional verticals like this, but in that low volatility environment, this vertical is going to cost you less money, right? Because that implied volatility is near 52-week lows.
No, that's exactly right. And I think the reason I didn't do a calendar in this example is because
Eyes holding up here, though. Almost
we do kind of get that movement up fairly
little
quickly.
strong.
I
Too
didn't
strong.
want
Like
to
to see
have
rejection.
work on the rolls. I look at this kind of a one-time trade. Get in, try to capture that move. And
Bostic, is he done?
This thing out.
He might be
Yeah,
done talking.
and I think that buying verticals and
Bowman's
directional
at
verticals
2.
like that lends some credence to the fact that you have some flexibility as far as when you get out of it. Yeah, you can wait until expiration in 4 weeks, but if this stock goes to 155 and maybe the value of this spread starts to expand by 20, 30, 40%, the market's open, liquidity is provided, you can actually start parsing away maybe part of your position, maybe adjusting it or just closing it. I think the flexibility of long verticals allows you to do that, as opposed to maybe selling an out of the money put vertical that's neutral to bullish, where you've got to wait for time decay to kind of take a hold, because time decay works against you in this type of long vertical. That
I might want to break out again.
Great stuff as always. Thanks to Joe Mazzola,
This is the last.
Director of
Yeah, that's
Trading
the
and
last
Education
move.
at
So
Charles Schwab,
you're gonna see
for
it just
joining us breaking down markets and Apple.
bigger
Coming
day
up
than we already
after the break,
have if
Kevin
we
and I are going
break
to be
here.
joined by Megan Brantley from Like Folio
404.
for a discussion on the stock, the trade
It's the
desk,
next level up.
TTD, which is up sharply so far this year. Stick around. Fast Market's coming right back.
Jeez. Look at that SPY, dude. Yeah, he's gonna need more than a VPN. Yeah, I don't think the market might not be done. Might go long here. It's just one of these bear market rallies that are just out of control. Nat gas just ripped. We've got the dollar dropping, oil going up.
on hearing these rumblings, Megan, across the board that ad spend is down significantly. We've seen some of the metrics maybe out of Google Alphabet, Meta Platforms. You're seeing a big pullback in there. What kind of data are you seeing out of TTD?
Yeah, so this is a fun one that we wanted to bring up today because, you know,
Sorry,
I think yesterday
I don't know how long it was muted.
I might have mentioned that just overall our data is trending
closed out my
a little
short
bit
and actually
more
went
in the
long.
neutral zone,
I
right? We
think the
have
market's
less of
just gonna
these
go crazy.
companies that
It already
are,
has.
you know, triggering like very
This
bullish
is at the
signals
breakout,
on
which is
our
kind of
end,
stupid,
but
so it's a
the
good
trade
short,
desk is
but
one of those that has really
if
caught
it does
our
break out, I
eye,
think 404 is
partially
next.
because it has extremely high levels of consumer happiness, and these levels of consumer happiness are rising high. And then also just this mention volume is getting really robust.
I'm doing a
And
small
as you
amount. That's why I'm
mentioned, this is a,
comfortable
you know,
just
think of this as like a digital ad
opening and
platform.
taking small
This
losses.
is not one that you
Not a
would
big yes,
expect
it's
to
just
get
3
a lot of
micros,
consumer
so
mentions, but we are seeing more and more consumers who are
no
talking
problem.
about the Trade Desk platform. And I think one
GME puts
really
a month out, you're going to be
important thing,
covering
not that we just
earnings,
got on
so
the
I think
company's
it's going to come
last
down from earnings.
report is that it's
Or
really
GNS.
outperforming the industry. I think total, like the industry level ad spend grew by about 8% year over year, but the Trade Desk
IV is crazy
rate of
though,
ad
isn't it?
spend, that grew by 3 times the industry level. So this is outperforming and it's stealing
Gene, you're
market
just
share,
learning about
and it's
options,
kind of
right? I
driven
wouldn't
by
start messing
two
around with
major
anything.
things. I think the first
You need
that
a
you
paper
hit
trade
on
and
is the shift from this
learn about it.
user-generated content, maybe content that may benefits a company
Cover
like
calls and
Meta,
stocks you
for
own is a good way to
example,
start, or
in
cash
favor
quick
of
puts.
premium
But with stocks you
streaming
want to own.
content. And then also just a shift in overall ad spend from this linear TV to what TTD specializes in, which is that connected TV. So over the top, this streaming content. And so overall, when we look at our data, I think the really critical things to consider are just the overall shift in consumers who are talking about streaming. You know, while this rate of growth may be slowing, there are still far more consumers shifting into this streaming environment. You know, even if they aren't necessarily cutting the cord, you know, they still have streaming services like a Netflix, like a Disney, like Paramount Plus, for example. And a lot of these are actually using TTD's platform to serve ads over the network.
That
And
gas
then, you know, when you
moving.
look at traditional cable, you see that falling. So it's almost like the inverse of this chart that you're looking at here. And you can see that sloping down. And so I think overall, the shift of where advertising dollars are spent is shifting in favor of streaming versus this traditional cable. And there's still a lot of room for growth here. And so I think that TTD really,
Boyle come up
in
with
our
this
data,
run.
is outperforming, especially from a happiness perspective, which is really nice on a long-term scale. And then it's also just benefiting from these tailwinds, even at a time when, you know, typically we look at ad spend almost like a headwind, and in this case, it's serving as a tailwind for the Trade Desk.
Slightly more than
Megan, this is the
UNG.
evolution
Their
of
spine
TV as we
moving up.
know it, isn't it? Away from linear towards connected. This allows advertisers to direct advertising at specific people, so you get less and less misses on the ad dollars that you spend. And even though people may be cutting back, they're also prioritizing their advertising, right? And that is going away from linear TV and towards these. And these,
Okay, I'm gonna
their
pick up some more
addressable
BBY
market,
shares.
they claim is
I like it.
$800 billion. And an
don't know
article I
where I
read
can buy-
said,
I can buy one
if
here.
you're watching
Yeah.
a digital
Get a couple more
ad,
thousand here.
chances are Trade Desk bought it, right? And is managing it. And they do that for people. They show companies where to target these, where you get your ideal brand. This is a company at a beginning of a big change in advertising, and all they really need to start accelerating is the whole digital ad pressure to lighten up and reignite, correct?
Can't do it till tomorrow.
Yeah, you know, we think that could be a really significant tailwind for the Trade Desk. You know, the fact that they are posting numbers
do it on
like
this
they
account.
are,
I'll do it on this
executing
account.
like they are in a time when
What a
ad
mess.
spend is kind
You
of
kidding me,
pulled back
Spy?
is really impressive. I think it speaks to the power of their platform.
Don't do
You know,
it.
one thing that they've really invested in is their technology to allow these, you know, their users to kind
Doesn't
of
want that
tie
break.
their own first-party data to
That break's
consumers
big. That's a
across
404.
the internet.
Let's
So
go.
it
Come on.
allows for that really specific targeting, like you mentioned, so that essentially advertisers are able to do more with less. And we see this, you know, it's interesting when you look at kind of what's driving their revenue growth, you know, their rate of spend by these clients is increasing at a far greater rate than the rate that they're growing clients. And so that's really important, I think, when it really speaks to the company's effectiveness at, you know, being able to really target these consumers
I'm picking up all
and
the shares
also
I can.
target them in a way that, you know, doesn't necessarily cause any type of data privacy concerns or
There's
things
more
like
cash
that.
and puts,
And this is
actually.
kind of a new technology, and this is one that we're seeing more and more people talking about, just being able to leverage this technology to really reach the consumers that they want to reach.
Megan, you know, one of the things, you know, the pullback in average digital ad spend, that's been documented, right? It's across the board. But at the same time, every station that is out there is created their own streaming service, right? Is that what maybe some of your data is reflecting, that, hey, it doesn't matter where they're advertising, whether it's on linear or old cable TV.
Oh yeah, look at that volume
or
out of nowhere.
streaming,
9% on this thing today?
Bigger,
What
and
the
that
heck?
only helps TTD. Is your data reflective of that? That, hey, now Paramount Plus has their own, Hulu's out there. We have all these different streaming channels now, and that only benefits TTD.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, and one thing that I think TTD does well is it allows these users to connect, you know, the same consumer across the internet. And I think that that's really the flex that the Trade Desk has in terms of its technology versus peers, because it kind of sorts through that noise and it allows you to know, oh, this consumer who's streaming maybe is the same consumer that is, you know, viewing in other ways or viewing on different channels, et cetera. And so I think that that's really powerful because it allows advertisers to most successfully reach these consumers. And then overall, just in general, this is a major tailwind, we think, long term, especially as this advertising market improves. But you know, this just
not supposed to lose buying
to give
time.
scale to kind of like the signal that we're looking at.
Reality,
When we
that
look
doesn't
at the
make
Trade
any
Desk,
sense.
a lot of this is driven by really significant improvements in consumer happiness. So people talking about the platform, those levels are up 13% year over year and in the 90s. So whenever we look at companies, to have consumer happiness levels in the 90% range is kind of unheard of. And from a long-term scale, you know, a lot of times when we talk to you guys, we're talking about specific earnings signals, but we also have a long-term signal that
buy
we
shares of it.
look at that kind of gauges these companies on a similar scale of positive 100 to negative 100. And right now we have the Trade Desk at a positive 95, which for us is really powerful. And so this is just one of the ways that we see kind of divergence forming and where we see momentum building significantly, and maybe the stock hasn't caught up to that momentum yet.
Yeah, this stock rallied from $50 to $66 after earnings just a couple of weeks ago.
Is that finally the high on SPY?
Pulled back a little bit here, you know, basically around $57 a share. So you guys are positive on this one according to your data?
Yeah, this is one that we're really leaning into from a bullish perspective, and we think
so.
long term that it has plenty of room for future growth.
All right, great stuff and great data as always, Megan. Appreciate it. Have a great weekend.
I don't know. I'll wait for the move.
Thanks, guys. You too.
All right, that's Megan Brantley, Vice President of Research, giving us a breakdown here on the Trade Desk. Have pretty bullish sentiment by those. I'm glad they brought that one to our attention. And like I said, this thing's pulled back significantly after that pop in earnings just a couple weeks ago.
I mean, just think over the last how many months, Disney Plus getting into advertising now, Netflix getting into advertising now. Any big names? Yeah, those two. Those are pretty big names.
Disney Plus, yeah.
Yeah, digital ad spending, they just need the overall macro picture to get better.
Right.
And this thing is going to explode. And all these companies that rely on digital ad spend, Meta, Amazon, Microsoft, I mean, you can go all the way down the list of these companies. They're all going to do a lot better once digital ad spend picks up. Trade Desk is going to do better too. So this is an opportunity. If you see the overall economy getting better, this is one of those opportunities.
All right, you got a
can't do cash cleared puts, but I can buy shares.
In Trade Desk based on, looks like based on the back of Lightfolio's data.
Sure, I did a diagonal, a traditional diagonal, but I did it more in the long term, 105 days out till June. This is more, Tom, of a what we call a stock replacement strategy for a diagonal, whereas I bought a 73 Delta call, right, and then sold next week's 59 call. So I bought the June of 23, the 50 call, and then I sold next week's 59 call. I did this for about 1072 is where it's trading, about 1070. It's rallied a bit. But this is a traditional, almost a covered call strategy, but using options. Using the 73 Delta call out in June, can you make this debit smaller? Yeah, move the date up or move the strike up. You could buy the 55 call or you could move the dates closer. But if you want a true stock replacement for still a fraction of what this is costing, this is a way to do it. This is a diagonal that's really buying a in the money call, selling it out of the money call.
Right. Let's break this down. Going out to that June, you mentioned over 100 days till expiration, buying that deep in the money by about $7, the 50 strike call, and then against it selling next week's March 10th weekly that expires in 7 days, the 59 strike call. So
wow, that gas rallying more.
Paying about
5 1/4,
1060, 1070. It's gone up a little bit, but that's going to be your risk, basically, right? About $1,000, just over $1,000 on this one. But you do have 2 break evens on this. It's about $56 on the downside, so you're already above that break even. The apex of profitability you can see from the risk profile right at or near that 59 strike. But then it tails off. If this stock were somehow popped up to $75, $78, you start losing money because you paid more than the width of the diagonal. You got to keep that in mind. But this is balanced for
your SI's coming up
higher.
Nice, man. Well done.
As you get closer to March 10th weekly expiration, you can
you've
adjust
got what, like another 10% to go for your cost basis,
either to a different strike, to a different option
no, you've got
series,
like
trying
50% to
collect
go for your cost
credits,
basis,
which increases your potential profitability if the market's
right?
open,
liquidity
is provided, allows you to roll
24%.
or adjust that short option on this. But this is definitely a stock replacement type strategy. We're using.
We got an order to buy more shares. We'll see if it fills. It's at the
to react more
147,
like
so it should on the barcode.
Remember, because you're going out 105 days. If I were to shorten this duration up, that number would come down significantly, or move the strike up, or both.
Right.
Actually, you can lower the net debit on this trade, but this is one that puts time on your side, allows you to chip away, gives you a little bigger theta.
Yeah, and buying that deeper in the money call gives you less extrinsic value, right? Because it reacts more like the stock. It's got that higher
you're about
delta.
$7 in the money on this 50 call.
Exactly, right. All right, good look at the call diagonal acting as a stock replacement type strategy on that. Remember, you've got some assignment risk on that short option into expiration next week. All right, I'm going to take a quick break here. When we come back, we're going to take a look at AMD, which rallied yesterday.
So on the hourly, we did get a bearish MACD crossover and red under the 9. This is looking like a little bear flag. But we're still in this inverted head and shoulders. Who's your email provider? That just sounds funny. If you were a gentleman, Jason, you would get WeChat. That gas is on the move. Let's see some big candles like we used to back here. Get just a gap fill today. squeeze up to 14.
Some optimism here for equities, huh?
Yeah, positive vibe as we head into the middle of the trading session here, Tom. Green arrows across the board, all four of the majors enjoying bid activity. I saw the SPX up to 40.27, just about 25 points off the highs that we saw last week. But before we get too excited about the move up, I want to just kind of revert back to that word that I've been using, range bound, contained. I mean, we're still just 100 points off the lows from this week. So nothing really major in terms of real follow through one way or the other. The highs from last month up around 4,200, but we saw the Dow to 33,268. So that's 700 points off the lows from this week. The Russell up to 1922 and the NASDAQ.
All right, it's
last I looked, it topped out
12:45.
around 12,215. Now, to your point, we're hanging out near the highs as we speak. So bid
Where's
session
Euro close
and
here?
you know, it really just
This was Euro
interesting.
close. We
Investors
really just
shrugging off
ripped
some
since
of the,
Euro close, sort of.
really strong data that we've seen.
And Bostic.
Hawkish tone from Fed members focusing on the
Don't
positive.
forget your
as we
friends.
saw earnings, which really failed to excite. But again, you know, tough to
Don't
make
forget
too
us
much
when you're on
out
your
of this
yacht.
move up here. Is I've been pointing out multiple times, we've got an upper extreme, a lower extreme, a range that we've been in since May, 43 down to 35. So yeah, a positive vibe into the end of the first
keep saying vibe.
shortened trading week of not even a full trading week of March, but definitely green arrows across the board and getting a lift into the
I now
end of this
moving up.
Friday.
Nice to make
Ben,
back
you
some of the
gotta
gains I had
ignore
trying to
the
short it here
hawks
and
from
here.
the
And
Fed. You got to focus on what one
here.
guy says, Bostic, and he wasn't even that dovish. But I think that's provided that lift over the last session and a half. But real quick here, Ben, yields
Finally,
tracking
someone
from
says
that
it.
4% level on the 10-year. That's also lending support, right?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
that
I
was
mean,
a big
404s.
concern, right, for investors. For
This is
bulls,
kinda
to say
just
the
a
least, to see
vacuum
that
here.
4% level give way. But ultimately, I think,
4,
again, kind of what I
4.5.
was talking about in terms of the indices, range bound, somewhat
See it.
random, overlapping, kind of rotational price activity. There's opportunity within these big intraday swings, but we're not seeing a lot of direction or follow through on the bigger picture. And even as I look at yields, yeah, 10-year up to 4% level, back to November levels this week. But the real high, the level to keep an eye on is 4.3. That was the highs that we saw last year. So as long as we hold below that right now, I think that supports the market kind of staying in the range that I mentioned. The S&Ps a minute ago, 4,300 down to 3,500. So yeah, I mean, the one thing to keep an eye on, I think, is the shorter end of the curve right now, because we have seen quite the move up there with the 5-year inching its way back up to, the 2-year inching its way back up to that 5% level. So something to watch there, obviously, as that shorter end has been leading. But yeah, 10-year yields coming back up 4%, that's going to help.
Yeah,
This
definitely.
VWAP, though, is
market's
not
getting more
playing
comfortable
along.
with these higher rates that we've
Isn't that
seen. over
weird
the
how
last
it's going
several
down
weeks,
as
I
SPYs
think,
are going up?
Also lending some support to equities here. All right, thanks to Ben Lichtenstein, senior futures contributor on the
Lichtenstein.
network, breaking down the markets for us. But now let's bring in Kevin Green, senior markets correspondent here on the network. Give us a background here on AMD, Kev. We're seeing the stock up about 24% so far this year, down 31% from year-ago levels. But we've got some activist investors involved here, right?
Definitely. We are actually hearing some reports that Third Point is actually taking a passive investment into the company, and they actually established this position potentially here when the stock was actually struggling. So a couple of months ago, potentially, we haven't had this completely confirmed at this point in time, but that is the reason why the stock moved to the upside yesterday. It was actually up fairly significantly when you look at the overall range itself. Now, we have seen this slowing in the semiconductor space. We already know the trends, the gaming sector, the gaming industry has really slowed down post-COVID, and then also the gaming or the data center side of the business as well is seeing a little bit of slowing, and there's some fear that enterprise spending is going to slow down as well. But we are seeing Raymond James actually reinitiating their coverage on the stock with a strong buy, and they have a price target of $100, and they're actually calling it an underappreciated name at this point in time due to the exposure that it could potentially have for artificial intelligence and machine learning learning. They do believe that that's going to be the key for this company here moving forward, even though the investors right now are really focusing on the service side of the business. The AI and machine learning component could be a growth engine, as we have heard a lot of hype around ChatGPT and some of these other models that are in place at this point in time. And AMD really does have a significant footprint when it comes to CPUs, GPUs, and some of the other processors out there to be able to compute some of these models fairly quickly and to provide some of these enterprises a little bit more strength when it comes to their infrastructure.
Young Kevin, this is the old Kevin coming to you live from the studio. You know, this is a David and Goliath story, isn't it? But this is David beating up on Goliath pretty hard. I've got the numbers, Kevin. 2017, Intel had 79.7% market share, and AMD had 20.2%. This year, 35.2 for AMD, down to 62.8. So this is the smaller
that gas is squeezing on up to 3. It's at 296 in the futures.
Definitely. Well, you have to also look at the industries that they're really focusing on here. When you're talking about that processing power, what have we seen over the last 5 years here, Kev? We actually have seen really renewed interest in the crypto mining space. That was a huge boon for all of these processors and chip makers that are out there. And then gaming, although we are seeing a little bit of a slowing, we did see a significant amount of pull forward during the pandemic as well. These are all areas of the business where AMD really just shines. They have technology that is just unrivaled from others to be able to provide great processing speed at a low cost as well. And that is also economic or environmentally friendly. That's actually another area that not a lot of investors really focus on as well. So yes, you are seeing this transition, and if we do see machine learning and artificial intelligence
BBBY moving up,
take the stage here, especially when it comes to the consumer like yourself,
barcoded up one,
that could be a boost for this company, as they have one of the fastest processors that are on the marketplace at an affordable cost at this point.
Yeah, and you also
did you buy some here?
Anytime AI is mentioned for anything anymore, it gets a boost here. So not surprising that you know, Third Point was trying to scoop some of those lows that we saw just a couple months ago.
There it goes. BBBY. We'll see. Back up to VWAP maybe.
Here, breaking down AMD, giving us a good backdrop here.
Hey, nice.
Take here on this.
You gotta buy when it's boring.
You know, the turnaround
that one it's exciting.
In what AMD doing.
It's pretty easy to see on BBY. It's when it's barcoding.
Intel's report every quarter it seems like it's getting worse and worse. But AMD kind of,
I think it'll still close probably below 150. Above 150 would be pretty bullish if it closes above there.
Yeah, I mean, the Intel execs must see the word Ryzen series in their nightmares, because that's
I think 145 still. I think that's probably a low for the day.
There's no end in sight. Intel still doesn't have a plan to compete with them, and the fact that Intel's
what do you mean? What does it mean? What does that look like to you?
62.8%. Who's using them? Who's the 62% when you see what AMD's doing here? But the stock was still down 55% a year ago. It's up so far this year. But Tom, this is a company that, you know, if you read articles, this and NVIDIA are the two darlings of the chip world.
Yeah, you know, they're eating, you know, Intel's lunch. I think that's a big key. You know, where are these chips going? Well, the chips are in everything now, but the margins are shrinking because demand from the consumer on hardware, which Intel focuses on a lot, is down. Now, we talked with Joe earlier about Apple. He did a directional call vertical. I'm going to kind of go the same way. AMD, after that pop yesterday, stock's relatively flat today. No extension really of that rally. Hasn't kept up with the overall market. But implied volatility at 52-week lows here, right?
Yeah, on the IV percentile.
Right. So that means option premiums have come down relatively quickly on this one. So I looked at a directional biased vertical here as an example. If you think this thing is going to rally, you know, based on the fact of activist investor, you know, turning point for this stock like it did yesterday. So I looked at going into the April cycle here.
Oh, AMD.
49 days till expiration. Just buying an at the money call, which is basically the 80 line on this, the 80 strike, and then selling the 90 strike call against it, because maybe
I'm
you want to
moving
be
up here,
bullish on a name like this, or if you
402.56.
do want to be bullish, if you buy just the 80 strike
404,
call
I think, is
outright, it's going
maybe
to cost you around
inbound.
$5.90.
I almost got
but the
shaken out of
90
my
call
long
still
here with
has
this little wick.
$2 worth of option premium. So that's still a significant percentage gain if it gets to
DNS
90, which
bouncing
is
off
what
this
you want
level
in
is
this type of trade.
37.70.
Paying roughly about 360 debit. I think we've got it up there. It's probably
Crazy.
up closer to 380 right now.
384.
Yep, that's what you
Yeah,
what
it's
you
like it's
pay
about
is
to
your
come
risk
down.
on that. It can expand to
Olive
$10,
bounced off of a
so you've
wop.
got a good risk reward
Laser.
setup. But you definitely need this one to go closer to 90, Kev.
Right. This is very similar to the discussion we had with Joe Mazzola.
Getting wrecked.
This is a bullish play along a little Vega,
dude,
along about 29 deltas. Very
All
similar.
biz down 7 1/4,
discussion
but still above that
we
level.
can have. You need some movement. The break even is obviously 83, 85 right now is where it sits. So you do need some movement, but this is the one.
That
It's the
gas
opposite of
still
selling
rallying.
verticals, right? You get a multiple winner if you're correct.
Yeah, and that 200-day moving average, which it broke through over the last couple of sessions, now acting as support around that $78.50
This has almost
level.
doubled since we started buying
this
it.
type of strategy, Kev,
Or called
you're
it out.
buying
This
what you
inverted
pay
head and
is your
shoulders.
risk on it. You can expand to $10. You need it to move higher
Oh,
towards
that
90.
squeeze.
But as we mentioned earlier on the Apple directional vertical, you have some flexibility on when
GME
you get
also
out of
kinda set up
positions
that
like
inverted
this,
head and
just
shoulders
due to
there
the
on the
fact that
hourly.
you're buying a directional. Time decay works against you on this type of trade. It's not working for you. So instead of maybe selling it out,
It's the
vertical,
pinned comment.
neutral to bullish stance, a directional bias like this where it allows
I think
you
you
to
guys
get
are already
out
on the Discord.
possibly early, or adjust this or manage this position into expiration over the next 49 days might make more sense if the market's open, liquidity is provided. So good look at a directional verticals as implied volatility continues to fall in this market with the VIX below 1870 at this point. All right, Kev, that's going to do it for you and I today here on Fast Market. Stick
Upstart.
around, though, right here on the TD Ameritrade Network. Next Gen Investing is coming up. Alex Coffey and
Up
Jenny Horn
6%
hosting. Have a
today.
great weekend.
I mean, this just looks like consolidation. Kind of a mess. It's choppy and consolidation. You really need to see, like, start breaking some levels. Get the MACD flip. Get some candles over the moving averages. Buy is freaking squeezing, dude. Same thing we saw yesterday. GME is not getting the push anymore. BBBY, it's moved up to a higher range. Bullish. Bullish, bullish, bullish. $150's coming back. I could sell some cash secured puts, some more on this account, but that would literally be, that's all my buying power. Everything else I have to wait. Oh, you know what? I could buy back these covered calls. I think. I'll do that. We're up 31%. Might as well. Okay. Then that'll give me 10 1.5 long calls. Bullish on until 25. Yeah, on Discord, just chat in general. This is early in day for this move to happen, so with, I don't know, Bowman. I guess Bowman could move the market at 3 o'clock. Yeah, it's just a vacuum up to 404. Bullish, looking for dip buys on the SPY. Don't know when this rally's gonna end. Maybe this gap fill up here actually. That would make sense. That's the resistance up here and that gap. Could hold my contracts for that move. Try and time the market a little bit more. Get out today, get back in tomorrow. Two big days though. See this move? This was crazy. 4 big gap and go days. A huge dump.
Today, markets completely turned around into the close, so some strength here after what has been a relatively quiet, but all in all a red week up until the last several hours and the end of yesterday.
Yeah, really strong day brewing here. Still 3 hours left in the trading session, so we'll see where we're going to close, but would snap a multi-week losing streak if we were to close here.
I mean,
so we'll see.
weeks is not a whole lot of time.
Looking forward to the rest of the day here. As Kevin Hinks always likes to remind us, that last
it's
hour,
consolidating now. This is what we want, is consolidation.
Not only of every trading day, but of the trading week is just critical.
Right, and I feel like
yeah, I
especially
don't think we'll
today has
necessarily
really
squeeze the
shown
next
that
few
price
weeks.
action can really change on a
Hopefully,
matter of a
but
Friday.
it could be.
As always on this
be a
show, we'll
month.
kick things off with our
Be 2
upvote
months.
and downvote segment. Following that, we will chart and trade those
But yeah, that's
upvotes,
true.
and
We could have
final
just a bounce out of
discussion
here
today is all
before
things
too long.
C3
Back to kind of
AI
this 2.25
rallying on
level.
heels of better than expected fourth
Bounce out of
quarter
these
results.
lows.
And then we'll discuss
But then maybe
Apple's
consolidate more
Foxconn
there
plans
before an
to
actual like
expand iPhone
big move.
production in India. Last but not least, our under 30 name today is Silvergate, and what a brutal day they had yesterday, but today slightly lower, continuing those brutal losses.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, that is a pretty dire situation. We're going to talk with Jeff Pierce about that one. So
that
we'll
gas
talk
new
about
high.
talk about some of the things that are behind that massive move, basically being cut in half and then some overnight. Not
I
today,
think
but
3
the day
is like
before.
10.
Building on some of that weakness though here today, but
We're getting
FOMO,
close.
we're talking about, of course, as you mentioned, C3 AI, a name that
sell
is
up here?
one, of course, been investing in a big part of that artificial intelligence, but just has the stock ticker AI. I think that's helped it a little bit too. So looking forward to that conversation. Let's talk upvote, downvote though, not endorsements, not recommendations.
Sell it.
And while it feels like we're at that tail end or latter half of earnings, seemingly they just keep coming. There's just more and more earnings here, and all 4 of these, I believe, are earnings reactions.
They are. So our first
Covered well
name
right
is
for
a nice
127. Well, that was with
upvote
earnings
today.
though.
That is Broadcom up about 5%.
This
in
was
reaction to
this was
its
on the
first
headlines
quarter
of
report, where
bankruptcy.
we saw its non-GAAP net income kind of
And
coming
then
out 10.33 per
it started to
share, which is
bounce,
up
and then earnings is
significantly,
what
almost $2 full a share from a year
made it
earlier, and
rip
ahead of the street's expectations.
back up to 5.
Revenue did rise 16% year
This is where I got out of
to
a lot of my
8.9
position
billion
from back here.
7.7 billion a
This
year
day.
ago. This was in line with the street's forecasts, but now the company is projecting about 8.7 billion in its fiscal second quarter revenue.
24
which is
shares.
ahead of, again,
Could
street
be
forecasts.
2025.
They also declared a quarterly
think it'll
dividend
be
of $4.60
above,
per share. This was unchanged
above
from the previous
2
quarter, and
or
payers
3
payable
by 2025.
on March 31st. Those on record as
I
of
think
March
above 3 by
22nd.
then.
Their stock has really held up better than some of its semiconductor peers really over the last several months, but this report did give analysts some hint that it is perhaps not as immune as some were thinking. The company did refuse to comment on the rest of its year and provide an update on its product outlook, which
Another
wasn't
breakout
necessarily
on
seen
that
as a
gas. It's
positive,
up
but shaking off any weakness
7%
here with
today.
its momentum only building on the day alongside the overall market.
No doubt, really impressive. Obviously, the mover of the bunch here.
Saw a post on Wall Street Bets like a month ago. This guy was loaded up on Boyle and a UNG.
Share price basis,
I think he
so
put like
that could contribute to why it
$1
all
million in it, or like $1.25 million maybe.
Or underreported
just
on name.
Boyle and
sort of
UNG shares.
Fall into the background. Although
like, shares, man, I'm with you.
We talk about
not that
Intel
heavy,
a lot.
but
We talk about AMD a lot.
I think
Obviously,
his
talk
price
about
was
NVIDIA.
somewhere
NVIDIA
around
is a very
here.
impressive company. It's a big company. But Intel and AMD,
He's
combine them
probably just
together,
now
you're still
profitable.
smaller than Broadcom. Yeah, Broadcom doesn't get the love that those two companies do.
It really doesn't. I was actually thinking that this morning. This is a name we don't report on as frequently as its peers, but yet it is a massive company. So 5% move is very significant. Now, our next name today is less positive.
18.50 a share.
Looking at Marvell Technology, shares are down over
but it's been split 100
in
times.
reaction to its quarterly update after the company did meet expectations with its
Didn't follow
results
news at
for
all,
this
like
quarter,
never.
but blamed inventory corrections for an outlook that
they
did
could.
below consensus. So on an
They
adjusted
basically
basis,
offered
they earned
shares
46 cents per
in a very unique
in
way.
line with forecasts, down
It hasn't
from
diluted
50
yet,
cents per share a year ago
but
on
it's given
revenue
them
of
capital
about
to
1.42 billion,
pay off
slightly
the
ahead of
bond
forecasts,
interest.
but also
And
really, I would say that
so
it's
yeah, they're
signaling
not going to
some
go bankrupt
growth
the
on a
next
year-over-year
3 quarters
basis,
at least.
in terms of its top line. Now, for the first
We'll see what
fiscal
earnings
quarter,
comes.
executives do expect
Actually, they
about
have earnings coming up, I
$1.3
think.
billion in revenue at the
Or did they
midpoint,
just have
whereas
it?
analysts
Oh yeah,
have
they
been
should have it coming
forecasting
up here.
closer to $1.4 billion, and adjusted earnings guidance that did also disappoint. The CEO
Maybe
said
close
that
my
while
longs
inventory
here on
corrections
ES.
and
I don't know.
resulting changes in product mix are impacting their guidance for
Got a
the
little
first
hammer,
fiscal
inverted
quarter
hammer
and
up there.
revenue gross margin. They are expecting these headwinds
I
to
don't think
subside
I've made back what I
later in
lost
fiscal
today on all those little
2024
trades.
as inventory levels start to normalize and Marvell-specific growth drivers then re-accelerate. So
Wait for
they do see
404.
things picking up from here, and actually we have seen shares recover some of their losses, but still, I think all things guidance, when you guide from disappointment looking ahead, it seems
Did it
to
hit
be
it?
not sitting well with the street.
Nat gas hit
and this is
20
a
or
market where
2.99.
We've talked about it a lot. Investor
Probably some
capital
profit taking
seems
is
to be
going to
a little
happen
bit
here
more
pretty soon.
choosy. If you don't have something that gets
Bring
an
it down
investor
back to
excited,
VWAP.
and let's face it, this report, while it's mostly in line, the guidance a little disappointing, left some
That's
to
a
be
9.5.
desired if you're an investor here. Analysts all cutting their price targets after as well, at least
BNS
3
holding
that
up
I had
very
seen,
well.
from UBS to Goldman and a few
What a
others.
move.
When you look at this,
SPY ripping
stocks
more.
to the downside because why would you be excited after this report? It's not that it's bad, it's just not that exciting. And so stock that's struggled a little bit over the last year and a half, as many have. But I am going to say upvote, well, downvote Broadcom, just a really expensive stock, kind of limits some of the trading strategies for smaller accounts. Marvell, a little bit more of a bite size, at least relative to Broadcom. So brings in a little bit more of the strategy playbook, potentially, depending on account size. But all things considered, it's also down in an up market. That's always interesting, I think, when you have that divergence. So we'll say upvote for Marvell. Next one on the list, though.
You say
nowhere near
Marvell?
these companies, nowhere
Is it
near
Marvel?
the tech space.
Yeah, our next name is Nordstrom, which
What
is
the
somewhat
heck?
the
Oh,
outlier
maybe it is
of
Marvell.
our upvote and downvote stocks today, being
What?
the only retailer. But an interesting report, they actually
Oh,
said
Marvell,
they were
yeah,
ending their
okay.
business in Canada to help shore up profit, while also trying to strengthen their
Okay,
struggling
Marvell.
off-price Nordstrom Rack stores.
I
So
listen
this
to
news
people
had
that
come
don't know how to
after
speak good
disappointing
English.
fourth
It's
quarter
annoying.
sales and full-year sales expectations, but the company was still overall upbeat on its profit. Now, management did say its Canadian business did account for less than 3% of their total sales for the quarter, so shutting it down would actually help the company then refocus its efforts in the United States. They also are opening 20 Nordstrom Rack stores this year. Compare that to the 3 stores in total
Marvell.
they opened in 2022, only 2 of those being
Marvell.
Rack locations. They said Rack continues to be their largest source of new customer
Marvell.
acquisition, accounting for more than 40% of the newly acquired customers in 2022. However, sales at Rack specifically fell 8% during the quarter as lower income consumers experienced this pain, of course, from rising prices for more basic needs than clothing seems to be the overall shift we are seeing with so many retailers. But now for its fourth quarter, Nordstrom did report net income of around 74 cents a share. That's about half of what it reported a year ago on revenue that also fell on a year-over-year basis. They do expect now looking forward their revenue to fall between 4% and 6% 9%, and adjusted earnings per share, excluding all changes related to that wind down of their Canadian business, to come in around between 180 and 220 per share. Leadership said the company's now entering the new fiscal year with clean inventory levels, even if this requires further markdowns, even more than they
BBBY bouncing up.
I'd say a positive
Spy on the moon.
And it's always so interesting.
Cruising around
to
the
me, Alex,
rover.
that we tear apart Nordstrom Rack as being, the area of weakness for Nordstrom, although it also then brings in the most customers. So I'd say it's still
$1.50
very
there
valuable brand to the
at
overall
VWAP.
Nordstrom
Spy.
brand,
Should have
really.
all bought
But
Spy.
Nordstrom, true Nordstrom, it's not
Could've just
cheap.
bought
At
it.
least the one by us on Michigan Avenue, it is like, it's too high end for me. It's a fancy place, and I don't belong.
Not gas.
The one
Actually,
day
at the
one
high right now, $2.99.
It's not really brought that much volatility to
$2.99.
this particular report, and I think it kind of makes sense. As you mentioned, the numbers were all right. You talked about the kind of that clear difference, the comparison that you can make between the two Rack and of course the just traditional Nordstrom store, maybe targeting different consumers, and depending on the market environment, one might be doing better than other. And so it makes sense that one will be outperforming the other. That's pretty typical. If one's targeting a more affluent customer base than the other, and depending on what that macro environment is benefiting from, you can see that divergence. However, we talked about this a little bit yesterday with Macy's, Jenny, which is, these type of stores kind of are in this holding period of trying to figure out what are we going to be. Are we going to try to compete with these companies that want to go direct to consumer and kind of cut us out? If so, how are we going to do that? Is it going to be still through brick and mortar? Is it going to be more e-commerce? As they slowly sort of watch many
at some
of their
point I dropped below
peers
25K on this account. It
disappear
doesn't,
into nothing. There's only
I don't
really,
know
it seems like
when
Nordstrom's
that
and
didn't
Macy's
happen.
left. I know there's probably other department stores out there, but those seem like the primary apparel department stores in the U.S. at this point, at least at the more high-end price tag. So we'll see where it goes. Investors wary of this one, I think. That's why you're seeing a pretty limited reaction. Going to say downvote, though. Next on the list is definitely the mover of the bunch at Zscaler. Security software, not in vogue today.
This one is to me
I bought some more shares here.
head scratcher of the group.
I like
$1.50,
$1.49.
Security cloud operators like Palo Alto Networks a few weeks ago, or Okta yesterday, both surging on the back of their results, saying that there's still this corporate need for their software. Zscaler, completely different result today, down about 10% as the company did join this choir of companies saying they are right now feeling the pain of their recession-leery customers, while also hiking their outlook for the year and announcing layoffs. Now, they said that for the third quarter, they are assuming billings will decline about 9% sequentially. So then consider the fact that really when looking at its billings, for the second quarter, they did report billings of roughly $494 million. So even with that upcoming decline of about 9% in their next quarter, billings would still stand to be above the consensus, which to me is a positive. So the CEO did say in January they saw higher scrutiny on budgets versus December, resulting in additional delays. These deals, he said, have not gone away. Customers are just taking longer right now to make decisions and required additional approval. Now, they also forecasted earnings of about 39 cents per share going forward, above street consensus, on revenue of about 396 to 398 million for this third quarter.
GME is up 3.5% today.
They did report a fiscal
Quite the bounce out of
loss of about 40
nowhere.
cents per share. This was
just
better
no
than what they
man's
reported
land.
a year ago. So, Alex, to me, on so many metrics, you could find a really positive narrative from this report. I guess I'm just surprised by the depth in which shares are selling off. It really hasn't gotten much of a bid yet today at all, even with the overall market right now just continuing its strength. So Zscaler is the biggest head scratcher we've discussed this week, in my opinion.
I tend to agree with you, and the reason being, Jenny, is if you look at what they delivered, they beat top and bottom line. They produced 50% and some change year-over-year revenue growth. And what is the story of this earnings season seemingly been? A movement towards cost-cutting, restructuring, and efficiency. They talk about that as well, and what do? They get punished 10% decline in the stock price. So it's almost as if the market's looking at this and saying, maybe you didn't need to restructure. It looks like you're doing quite well. Why don't you just keep pushing forward? Trying to be prudent here and maybe being punished a little bit for it. Analysts, though, somewhat mixed. It seems like some were still kind of optimistic on this one. Going to say upvote, though. Not a name we talk about a lot. ZS is the stock ticker. Looking forward to talking about this one more.
Yeah, raising their outlook for top and bottom line for their upcoming fiscal quarter. I mean, it's like, what else did you want? But because I think we're both sort of miffed by this, we'll dive more into the charts and the technicals, and as well as an example trade in Zscaler, as well as Marvell coming up next. Stick around. Next Gen Investing. We'll be right back.
is if it's a $1.50 wide spread and we collect 50 cents, it's 1/3 the width of the strikes. It's a 2-to-1 risk-reward ratio. We risk 100 to make 50, not accounting for transaction fees. The break even would be down at 41, which is below the current share price. And this is one that, again, is just looking for the stock to stabilize. It doesn't need an upwards move. And so sometimes that's the consideration to have. Hey, this stock just repriced for a reason. It just had an earnings announcement. Maybe there's not a catalyst for an upside move for quite some time. And if you want to be bullish it, maybe you just look for a way to take advantage of maybe a sideways move as this stock eases into its new price level. So one way to think about it here, Jenny, neutral to bullish strategy, risk defined, most importantly.
Okay, now to switch gears here to another name that is selling off on the day and seems to be continuing to sell off. That is Zscaler. And actually, okay, during the break, I was looking at a report that I did not see before the show, but it was hysterical. Also echoing almost the exact same sentiment we were just talking about, Alex, that this analyst did not understand why we were seeing such a massive move lower. But the thing about this price is that, you know, no matter what I think and what the street thinks, is it's undoubtedly moving lower today. So, Rick, technicals are hard to argue with here. This name has seen some relative strength this year, but still a pretty brutal move lower today.
It is indeed, because it's taken us through some important technical points here. We fell below our yellow 21-day exponential moving average, our orange 63-day EMA, our volume profile point of control, and this red dashed line here that represents where we saw some lows back here. As well as some highs over here. So that's the kind of thing you try to look for when you're drawing these lines, or places where price maybe stopped its decline and also stopped its ascent at the same spot. So the 129 level was looking pretty important to hold on to here, and we just kind of blazed right through it to the downside. So the next thing to be looking for is where might this move downward stop. And right now, it's actually pretty close to where we opened up here right now. So almost forming a doji type candle here, you know, looking like almost a cross, like a straight dashed line through where the real body is opening and closing almost at about the same spot there. So something that looked like that could suggest indecision on the part of the market here. So okay, and the 114 level here is another important point to watch to the downside here. That could be a point of some support, and you know, the RSI trending downward here, breaking below that 50 midline.
Yeah, and Rick, even though we've seen some, you know, I would say relative strength in this name, it's just wild to me that we're seeing such a different reaction to not only the overall market, but so many of its cybersecurity and cloud peers that have reported. So really interesting technicals. We will leave it there. Our chart master, Rick Ducat, thank you for your help as always. And Alex, you know, another name seeing, I would say, a similar reaction to its quarterly update as Marvell, but seeing more selling on the day. But also another name that where we've seen winners, we've seen losers in this space. So with that in mind, and perhaps hoping for some optimism after a brutal day, walk us through another example trade leaning more neutral to bullish.
Yeah, I think a lot of the logic that we walked through for Marvell would apply to this name, if not even more so. We talked about the positive news from the company. We talked about the restructuring announcement from the company, which has been a positive in just about every part of the market, apparently but Zscaler. So you could see why some investors could look at this and see opportunity in this downwards move, even if there is a little indecision here on an intraday basis.
BBY got a little move there.
Scratching reaction to the numbers. All that considered, if you're looking at a risk-defined strategy, neutral to bullish, and you're just looking for a this stock to stabilize here, stabilization to take place, and just for the stock to ease into this new price level around 120, this is a strategy
through
that can
VWAP
seek to benefit
with some
from that.
volume.
So it's going to look
I'd be surprised if it let it close above 150.
That's
That's pretty awesome for next week.
Eerily similar. It's selling a put vertical in
solid.
March.
I closed out of my short
1/3 the width of the strikes. It just, this is a little bit more of an expensive,
or my long rather, sorry,
stock.
on the
and so
ES.
we were able to do
I might even open up a short. Yeah, we do have this
$1.50
engulfing candle. I'm gonna do a short here.
We're collecting $1 in this case. So risking 200 to make 100, not accounting for transaction fees. The break even, you simply take that credit, subtract.
I thought we'd make them move all the way to 404, but
$1 credit,
I don't know.
118 short strike. That gets us to 117 for a break even on this one. and a lot like the last trade. This is one
Little
that
pump
just
up
benefits
here.
from this stock.
Give me a nice
holding
little
where it's
entry.
at. If it does recover to the upside, great, but it's risk defined. It's also
All right, I'm gonna enter a short there.
is defined as well. You're limited to that credit received.
Could still come up
for
and
that
kind of
max
retest these
profit.
highs.
Risk
Consolidate for a
profile does
bit
good
before
job
we
of,
actually reverse, but
illustrating what
I
we're
think we'll
looking
probably
to
not
happen in this one, which is
keep going
to stay
up
above 118.
past that level.
Hope these options expire worthless. Keep the credit. Move on.
Yeah, I think that's really well put, and obviously very similar example trades today in both Marvell as well as Zscaler. But
there it goes
also
up a
important
little
to keep in mind
bit.
for
We'll
both of
see.
our
It'll
example
dance around and
trades
consolidate
today do
before it
contain
drops
multiple
probably.
legs that can lead to higher transaction fees. Short options can be assigned at any time, and carrying option positions into expiration can add risk like unanticipated exercise or assignment. Now coming up next, it's
Afternoon,
time
trader.
for FOMO. We are looking at
Marvell is a company.
CMAI. Shares are up just shy of 30%
Marvell, it's not
following
Marvel.
their fourth quarter results. We'll dive more into that move significantly higher coming up next.
We've gotten a little better entry, but oh well. I don't know if I was on the phone or not, but I picked up more BBBY shares. Picked up another 3,000. Like 150. I thought I'd get some back here, and I tried, and I didn't have buying power for cash secured puts, so I ended up just getting some shares. It's kind of sucky because I wanted to spread it across my accounts, but I don't have buying power on 2 of my 3 accounts I use, so I'm getting them all in 1 account. And it's an account I don't even want to be trading on. That sucks. We'll take profits there and transfer the funds. Possibly consolidate and then make a new high. I'm just kind of going off of that engulfing candle. But this isn't really at a level I have. I guess it's like right here in the body of this hour. That could be it. My gas is hanging out up here. Yeah, you don't have to sell. You can just sell covered calls on it. Like you said, if you have half in DRS in your brokerage, you could use all of them to sell covered calls. Just trade those more, you know? Yeah, I think they have turned around, but what the company's doing is totally irrelevant from what the stock is doing. Nice little move up on GME today, actually, 4.3%. I was thinking I would get more calls, but it is Friday, so I'm like, I don't want to just burn theta over the weekend. What was I saying, that 19 level? Maybe move back up to here? Yeah, we'll see if it hits resistance here, like this 19 area. Kind of interesting. It's like the SPY pull up, it just delayed, now it's happening on GME. There's AMC pumping like crazy. No? GNS holding up. Yeah. Yeah, GNS is holding up pretty well. I mean, I'm gonna wait. It is Friday, so I feel like it might come down into close. It starts to, if it holds up this well, or even above VWAP, then it's maybe a good buy into the weekend. If it starts to rally into close, then it's probably a good buy into the weekend. If it comes down a lot, you know, breaks VWAP into close, then probably wait until next week. It just hit 19 exactly. Nat gas new high. You can't sell cover calls in the DRS ones, no. So you just have to use one there in your brokerage. No, that's a good long-term theory. Buy what you think is gonna be around, what you believe in, what you use. You know, in 5 years, 10 years. So the stock price should reflect that. But it's only, you know, it's been 1 quarter since they've had positive cash flow, so the market's not going to see it good until maybe a year from now. You know, positive EPS and a macro environment is totally different. Right now we're totally risk off, and you know, the interest rates are high, and that's the thing with GME. Like, the valuation is, it's stayed high. It's come down, but it's stayed relatively high. Kala's going again? Oh yeah, breaking out. Are you in Kala? Julian? Yeah, I saw this one yesterday. I didn't jump in, but it did have that engulfing candle, I think. Yeah, even Webull called it out. So that was the thing with BBY. Like, I thought it would probably just do a little bounce, consolidate, or it could, of course, always have done this. So that's why it's like engulfing, kind of just got to pull the trigger. Because like BBY is going to be more consolidating and, you know, maybe popping up, grinding up, but nothing too crazy yet. Another engulfing to the downside, so I'm liking my short. I would get puts, whoever was asking. I don't know your time frame, but or your strike, or your date, or your financial situation. Holding at 20. Oh, on Kala? Oh, so you're almost there. You've got resistance here like 1540. You might have to make the decision to cut losses. It's a hard one to do, but it might not get back to 20. Maybe coming down a little bit more here. See what happens this 402 level, if it holds that.
As a big opportunity for a name like C3 AI, even outside of what ChatGPT's functionalities are, and highlighted their enterprise reach, calling this total addressable market huge. The CEO went on to say that C3 AI remains on track to become cash positive and the non-GAAP profitable at the end of fiscal 2024, saying that the importance of ongoing development and generative AI is difficult to underestimate or overestimate. So, I mean, the remarks from the CEO alone were extremely promising. The fact that we'll be profitable on an adjusted and non-adjusted basis, and the fact that they are seeing now this total addressable market only continuing to grow, Alex, really things that the street likes to hear, and frankly, a completely different tone than what we hear from a lot of these tech companies.
So I'm not going to sit here and pretend I'm an artificial intelligence expert, or I have trouble keeping up with the headlines. The stuff is so high level in terms of math and science. And honestly, to be fair, Jenny, when you're looking at this, ChatGPT has been seemingly the furthest that we've been so
up
far.
on Tesla.
Or at least that's the taste of
is
this is really something that's real, and it's potentially going to be a part of our future. You could make an argument that that was like the coin toss of the game. The game hasn't even started yet for how crazy potentially this stuff can get, and how impressive some of these technologies ultimately will be down the line. And they're kind of moonshot type of investments. I mean, win somebody. I don't know if that's going to be C3 AI, if that's going to be Microsoft or Alphabet or some company we've never heard of. When there's major breakthroughs, there's going to be lots and lots of dollars potentially made as a result of these breakthroughs. And there's going to be several breakthroughs from many companies. And so the fear of missing out, I guess is what I'm trying to say, is very clear which direction it is, and it's to the upside, Jenny.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen shares surge about 90% from just really when we first saw this frenzy take over in about mid-January. So that momentum has yet to really wane. It has been pretty consistent. This chart is absolutely ridiculous. This is a fairly speculative space. I do know that there is more credibility. It's not like, we were comparing this to back in the day when everyone was tacking on blockchain or adding crypto to their earnings calls to get a lift from the street. This is actually here. You can use ChatGPT, which I have, and it's actually rather user-friendly for what, how advanced the technology is. But nonetheless, feeling of FOMO is definitely to the upside. I have friends texting me about this name that are like, what is this C3 AI company? It's unbelievable to me the interest this has garnered outside of even those who follow the market.
Yeah, and there's always risks involved in that. I mean, cannabis was the hot thing at one point. Beyond Meat was a very popular, hyped stock at one point. Some of those payment service companies like Affirm, electric vehicles, all of these have use cases. All of these are important potential breakthroughs and things that are going to be around for a long time. It doesn't necessarily always mean that the price is right in these particular stocks at the time that they're garnering all their interest. That being said, I understand the feeling of missing out to the upside, and I have a trade illustration with that in mind. Jenny, going out over the next month and a half, just looked at buying a call calendar, March-April call calendar to the 35 mark. I wanted to give this some space, as it does have, I don't want to say meme elements, but definitely hype elements to it, where this thing could hit some type of escape velocity and tack on another, major percentage gain if it really gets that excitement behind it, of which today is illustrative of exactly just that, just how fast this thing can move. It's gone about 170% off its
GME's
lows
been
of just the
strong.
last couple months, and
Even
so
after
it can
SPY's
really
coming
get
down.
going. I want to give it a little bit of cushion in the event that happens, and so 35 call calendar.
19 was kind of that level. I was wondering if it was going to reject.
Dollar debit would be $100
right
at risk. It's bullish.
This
With the
prior
call calendar,
support.
though, however, we talked about
The
this.
support that I was
countless
waiting for it
times,
to
Jenny.
break
This
Or
is one that
if
is
it broke, I was going to close, and I
customizable
did.
to best
So
fit the outlook
here we are,
of a
bouncing right
particular
back up.
individual. So I'm showing the 35 call calendar here. If you're a little bit more optimistic, you want a higher strike price. If those are available, potentially that could be selected. For those who are bearish, maybe look on the put side, find a strike below, neutral. You can see it's that almost mountain-like risk profile that peaks, that apex.
Yeah, I mean,
right
VWAP's so
your
high on
strike.
this thing.
So
On
in
the
this case,
grind
it's
up, look how high the
35.
VWAP was. It was like literally
You can
with
see
the stock.
we would like a move towards 35 if this was a trade
So
illustration
even
that
move to
that we
VWAP
had
is
in
still
our
high
portfolios.
consolidation.
And so obviously it doesn't need to be perfect. It's just in that range, but the best case scenario is a move towards 35.
And like you said, consider obviously the risk here. We are about 11% off of the yearly high still. I mean, all things considered, even with this massive move higher today. But this is a space that we could see, volatile swings to the upside like we're seeing today. And naturally, we could see things, move the other way. Just important to be prepared when a name is as volatile as C3 AI has been this year. But that does it for our FOMO segment today. Now, coming up next, we will talk a name that is a frequent flyer on FOMO, but we'll be discussing it next with Caroline Woods. That is all things Apple, as we got some news from Foxconn. Now,
Let's see if this is engulfing. This isn't, is it? Can't tell. I don't think this high is higher. But that being said, I mean, this was at a support. This was an increased volume. Those things support this engulfing as a reversal. See what happens on the 2 minute or 2 hour mark. Get some moves. Three Bowman Speaks. We've got another hour for that. By putting large cash piles into treasuries at 5%, most tech companies are now making a higher cash return for shareholders on cash than on their core business. The FCF yield is higher on the cash than on the business. It also means buybacks are value destructive. The US has defaulted on its debt twice, 1933 and 1971. There's only been 3 times stocks and bonds have both fallen 20%, 1931, 1969, and 2022. So default incoming.
Threatens China's #1. It's the biggest maker of consumer electronics in the world, and this puts China
Yeah, I was
at
reading that
risk
in the
of
media. Yeah, it's
losing
interesting.
that status.
BBY just below
Foxconn
VWAP
plans to
now,
invest
right at
about
VWAP, see what
$700
happens.
million
1.5.
on a new plant in
I
India.
feel like a
This
print
is
under
first
1.5
reported by Bloomberg.
by
But
close
government
is
officials
bound to happen, but
in India, including
not a big deal either way.
Deputy Tech Minister, have been tweeting some of the details. They say it will be built soon.
Tell me you
That's a
locked in the
$700
profit on
million
the
new
shorts.
plant. Will create about
BBBY, what are you talking about?
100,000 jobs. So just in contrast, the Foxconn plant in China has over
I know,
200,000
Genus.
employees, and that actually that number is even higher during
Ace
peak
actually mentioned it
times.
this morning at
So this would be
10:30, and we've
about
been
half
watching it since
that.
then.
They say they'll ramp up
Little move
local
up. I mean, it
production
was
at the
kind of a
plant. They could
historical
possibly
support that
assemble
we had
Apple
drawn
handsets at the plant,
from
at the
that
plant,
high over
and
here.
also potentially
And when you guys were
work
asking
on
about it
some,
before, like how far it's going to
EV
come down, I was like,
part
I started
for
drawing
the future
lines.
EV business
Like,
there.
well, there's got this 310, and then after that you've got
iPhone production to around
263, and
20
then
million units
last one on
annually
here is
by
2150 if it holds
2024.
that.
So this would be
You
one
know,
of
that make
Foxconn's
bounce.
biggest
Wouldn't expect
investments
normally
in
a move
India
like this.
to
Typically, you
date.
just find
Foxconn
support
is
and consolidate
also
before just a
reportedly set
huge
to
rally.
expand
But
production of iPhones at its
yeah,
existing plant near
watching all day.
Shanghai.
It'll probably come back down
also
and
apparently
consolidate, I would
considering,
imagine, before it
creating a plant
continues.
for
But
silicon carbide
it's pretty volatile,
fabrication
so
and a packaging facility
you
in
know.
another part of India as well. So very much looking to expand there. According to Bloomberg, though, these plans could still
You thought I wanted to
change, so
short
still
BBY after
finalizing
yesterday's
investment,
recovery?
and it's still
No.
unclear if the plant
Cash secured
represents
puts or
new
short puts.
capacity or production that
Maybe what
Foxconn
you were
is
thinking
shifting
of,
from, say,
which are
China.
bullish.
So still working out some of the details there.
I
but we are
closed my
seeing
cash
Apple
secured
shares higher
puts
today, as
that
Alex said,
expired
up-
today. I
up
closed them this
3%.
morning.
And I will say,
which
Alex mentioned how it's trading right at
Thankfully I did,
150.
because who knows where this thing's going to end.
Stanley sees that it can trade
And I
even
would have opened
higher,
more,
actually just boosted its price target
but I
to
wasn't able to. So I just
180,
opened up
so
shares and we were down
$30
here
a share
barcoding.
higher than where it's currently trading, maintaining an
So
overweight
yeah, I've just
rating,
increased
so
my
that could
position,
potentially be giving a
sort
boost
of.
to Apple
I guess
shares today as
technically
well.
I've decreased it because I
this is
closed the cash
obviously
secured
a
puts,
super,
some of
you
them.
can't underestimate
But
the
share-wise, I've
importance of
increased.
this on market sentiment and just mathematics.
But those are going to
So,
expire today
biggest
anyways, so
company
it's
by
not like
market cap in the S&P
if
500
it was
and the NDX,
below 150, I would have had another
in many
5,000
ways,
shares from
as
those.
Apple goes, off goes the market, they say.
But I
So
probably would have
really,
just
really
rolled it.
critical, to help
The premium's
stop
too nice
the
not to
bleeding of
farm.
the last couple weeks to see Apple having
That's
a
my
really,
only hang up on
strong
just
close
buying
to
straight
the
up
week.
shares.
Knock
Like,
on
oh,
wood,
you
though,
could be
still a
making
little
money
bit
with
over
cash
2
secured
hours
puts.
till the closing bell.
And I don't really
Caroline
want to do
Woods,
covered
thanks as
calls
always
on
for
it.
joining us with the update. Cedar Markets correspondent for the TD Ameritrade Network. Coming up next is Under 30. Jeff Pierce is going to stop by. We're going to look at the dire situation in
Eyes holding up here, but
SI, the ticker, the
we'll
crypto
see. I mean, maybe it
adjacent
has
bank,
one last
under
push up to that
pressure,
404.
to say the least.
That was
We'll
kind
be
of my
right back.
last point of resistance. Made that engulfing candle. MACD's bearish, but something had red into the 9, so it's consolidating for now. Turco's held up well. This might be a nice one to enter for next week. Look at that bull flag. Whew. It's overbought on the daily, but it doesn't sell off coming into a Friday and holds a nice level. Solid. GME 1901. Something up here.
Time time for Under 30, and today we're looking at Silvergate Capital. Stock's been making tons of headlines. It's actually bouncing a little bit today, but all things considered, Jenny, I mean, this is less than a drop in the bucket.
Yeah, I mean, after yesterday selling off about 50%, I actually saw it was lower this morning. Now, like you said, rebounding. I mean, all over the place, but overall, a really negative story as they did make a 10K filing with the SEC to evaluate their concerns going forward as a company. So here to tell us more, I'd like to bring in Jeff Pierce, the manager of derivatives trading for TD Ameritrade. So Jeff, I mean, what a move yesterday. I did cover this story yesterday. It was hard not to be super negative. So I guess what's your take? Because, you know, is there any sort of silver lining to this name?
Well, I think my take as of right now is that we're seeing many of the many things follow it, right? Bitcoin, Ether, both down over 5% following this news. I do think that the news it is dire. It's an issue that certainly investors are concerned about, and we do have a lot of information that we need to come in, including that 10K report. But the fact that the company said that they had to sell assets to maintain liquidity that could leave them less than well capitalized. We're now seeing companies like Coinbase, Galaxy Digital, Circle, Paxos all stop initiating and accepting payments from Silvergate. And obviously for investors out there, one of the concerns as well is Silvergate is used frequently among these crypto companies. If they're shutting down some of these transfers, that could cause some issues with liquidity. We could see some more volatility. The one thing worth noting is that Silvergate did disclose a filing of an unaudited loss of about $948.7 million in 2022. That's compared to a net income of about $75.5 million in 2021.
Jeff, I mean, this doesn't take any interpretation by me, by you, or by Jenny or anybody else. I mean, this is the company in its own words telling you that there's a real possibility that it cannot continue as things stand. And so that's as dire as it gets. And yeah, the stock lost 50% of its value, but this is something the market's been very keen on for the better part of the last year. This stock at one point was over $230, trading like some crazy multiple over book, which you don't typically see in banks, and that's indicative of the risk. And it's, of course, was taking more risk than other banks with all the kind of crypto-friendly activity that it was having, obviously exposure to other things within crypto that hadn't gone as planned. We know crypto itself was under pressure. So all of this is just a big highlight of, hey, you take more risk, for that greater reward, you have more risk. And I mean, it was a real possibility. We watched the stock go from $230 now down to $4 and to bounce up to $6. I mean, we're talking 95-ish% off of its highs.
Yeah, absolutely. To your point, it's really one of the few regional banks that was taking on digital assets, and they built up their crypto business, quite a bit, really starting in 2013. They've had a lot of the same headwinds that we've seen from the crypto companies. Certainly the FTX issues are a major concern. Their Department of Justice opening an investigation into the dealings with FTX and the bank. And then, of course, Fed raising their rates. That has been a concern for crypto. It's got, makes it available for investors out there to look for other choices. So, yes, it's a concern for
really
investors
making me
with
wait
the
for this
10K
short.
not coming out yet. I think it's something we're going to have to wait and see.
Tired.
But everything that we've talked about today is basically directly from the company, right? And the concern is very real.
Yeah, and Jeff, I don't think it helps sentiment at all that we're seeing Bitcoin futures down 5% on the day. And I'm curious your thoughts on that move. Is that Silvergate and all of the crypto companies severing its ties weighing on Bitcoin, or now we seeing Bitcoin, the vice versa? Because I do think there is an important relationship there, although yesterday Bitcoin clearly didn't see the same move that Silvergate did.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit, it's going through Bitcoin and Ether a little bit later. That's why we're seeing that downward move today. Now, Bitcoin recovered quite a bit from their tumble in 2022. Even with the move that we're seeing today, they're still up about 30% year to date. Very similar thing with Ether. So right now they're staying relatively flat. They're not getting a huge drop from the Silvergate news, but certainly 5% is nothing to it's worth talking about. It's definitely an interesting move.
I think this highlights a really critical point and possible lesson for new investors, for investors who have been around for a long time. Maybe helps to hear from time to time, which is I always used crude oil for the example. You can invest in an energy company, but if you want to speculate on crude oil, the closer you can get to truly investing directly in the commodity, the more pure that's going to be. So the same applies here. You know, you can invest directly in these crypto products if you have an opinion on them, and maybe there's more money to be made if things work out, and the Coinbases of the world or the micro strategies or go down the list. But the further down the line you get, the further out on that risk spectrum. Now you're talking about a bank that lends to these companies. The further away from the actual product itself you're getting, just the more risk you're taking on, and it doesn't have to go the same. That correlation can break down at any moment. And I think yesterday really highlighted that where you saw Silvergate down 50% and Bitcoin not really anything near that.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've seen that among a lot of firms that deal in the digital asset space but are not the actual asset. That correlation can certainly break from cycles we've seen in the past.
Yeah, Jeff, I think really good points here. And what has been a really interesting story so far, or really to wrap up this week, I guess I should say, so that Jeff Pierce, Senior Manager of Derivatives Trading for TD Ameritrade, that also does it for Alex and myself all week long for Next Gen Investing. Coming up next, we have the Watch List with Nicole Petalides.
Weekend hype. I don't know what I was muted for. We're just looking at nat gas and considering taking profits and then re-entering, but decided not to, I guess. Bad. Oh, I don't think it's too bad. I think it's just fine. Giving us adequate time to build up a position around this $1.50 range, which is a nice deal. Remember when it was up here and you bought? You said I'd buy it at 150. Discord's been weird lately. Had to reboot it so many times. I call my phone. It's not connecting. You just have to restart the app. Monroe's getting bullish. Going to inverted head and shoulders. I think we've made the move from it though already. Just some 0 days on GME. Max Pain says 1898, so it's basically there. Expecting to move to Max Pain down 2 cents. You expect a profit on puts? It probably will move down though, you're right. I think the market's going to come down before close. GME probably as well. The side of the moon. I think it's the same as it was yesterday. Every reaction is overreaction. You get a bounce after a huge move like that. Oh, back to 18. Yeah, now's your time. 2 o'clock on the hour. Or is it 2 o'clock margin calls? Here comes the SPY. Really made me wait for it. How low VWAP is though. Range. Be a nice little move down to VWAP. If I close my nat gas contracts, then I could go full ESs and lose money even faster. Bed Bath with a little drop there. 149 on that candle on the downside. Oh, and a wick. Yeah, I can go up to infinity. Wow. Look at that wick.
And it's the second phase, which is 3 22-story office towers and a helix that will not start just yet. And the official groundbreaking for it was targeted for the first few months of this year, but it's been pushed back.
Yeah, understood. Thank you for both of those. I know both those names have been mentioned this morning about AI and some AI plays. Meta, Amazon, Google were listed in those names as well. But a great day for stocks and a great day for both of these names that you just brought to us. Renita Young, thank you so much.
Thanks.
Nice to see you. Thanks. Let's get a bigger picture. James Locke is with us, co-founder, Pool Locke Associates. Your reaction to this rally? I mean, obviously we got some comments from Bostic, and when you think that maybe the Fed may slow down a little bit, that brought some optimism. Tell me a little bit about your thoughts.
Yeah, absolutely. This is great news to see we're kind of breaking that trend of the last couple of weeks of negative numbers on the index, especially considering we had such a good January and then a difficult February. But hopefully the Fed is slowing down. That's really going to be the big picture on the whole long-term prospect here. And we're getting a little bit of mixed signals on that. I mean, we did see that inflation is coming down, which means the Federal Reserve's work, from our point of view, is nearly done, right? We're anticipating kind of having inflation down to, they're targeting 2.8% in October. That's pretty close to the 2% that they're targeting, whether it's CPI or the PCE, the Commerce Department's numbers. It's all pretty close. So that's good news. in that the inflation's getting down. Now we're starting to get, some
See,
more
this
talk out
engulfing
of the
happened
Fed
way back
saying,
here,
well, maybe they're going to
but
keep
still haven't
pushing
seen
for
the price
higher
from
rates,
it.
and that scares the market, and hopefully they can keep things
So
under
similar
control.
to BBY.
And they're using the other
Now we're on
side,
day
of
3.
the information as well,
Went
right?
for
The
the
jobless
engulfing.
claims.
And still haven't really seen
We're
the price
seeing
from it. A little
that
bit yesterday,
unemployment
but
benefits, kind of edged lower the applications for
same
that.
deal. Consolidate
Initial
and then a rally.
jobless claims are kind of back to
Consolidate and then a
2019, like
drop.
pre-pandemic levels. And we're seeing these claims remain low, right? Despite the fact that we're also seeing layoffs. So we're seeing that economy cooling, right? General Motors is cutting salaried employees. The telehealth startup, Cerebral, right, trimming its workforce. And of course, we all know about the techs, the Facebooks, Googles, Microsofts, they're all moving to trim their workforce at all. So even though there's a slowdown in the economy, the good news is, the markets seem to be moving in the right direction. So maybe we are getting this soft landing, and let's hope that the Fed doesn't overreact to things like the fact that household spending, rose, seasonally adjusted up in January and things like that. So as long as the Fed can hold off on doing anything too aggressive, we may be able to continue to see this trend, and that would be a positive move.
Yeah. I want to get to some of the sectors that you like. In the meantime, the Fed's going to be raising rates. We don't know how many times, but still we're in a raising rate environment. But you do like sectors such as financials, real estate, and energy. Why do you like these? For how long do you like these?
I put financials at the top of the list for sure. They've taken it on the chin. They've recovered a little bit. We've seen some of that. They've started to outperform their kind of revisions, which are in. So that's a positive sign that actually more of the bad news is actually priced into what's happening. So we could see those stocks rally if there's even, any sort of iota of good things happening. So financials, 2023, certainly into 2024. Real estate, obviously that moves around. That's a moving target. Rising rents, the retail and occupancy trends are kind of offsetting higher costs.
Adds up 30%.
I know that mortgage rates hit not the rates,
back
but
down to VWAP.
New mortgages kind of hit a low, and now we're coming off that. So certainly through the end of the year with real estate and, energy, it doesn't seem to have an end in sight, right? Higher prices and those spreads continue to lift estimates despite falling demand. So all three of those, probably in that order, are positive through the end of this year and even, well into next year. Got to be careful with some of the ITs, communications, materials, consumer discretionary, those things, we're not so positive on.
Understood. And in the rising rate environment, when the goal is 5% or higher, some have goals of 5.5%. I'm even here in 6.
Jason.
You know what I mean? When does the Fed stop in order to tame inflation?
I'm still think it's going to come down.
So in that
if
rising
it breaks
rate environment,
here,
some of the financials that you did like,
maybe
like
it makes that move up to 404 before close. But
yeah, so Truist is kind of along there with Citigroup. We like them both. Truist has that 4.6% dividend.
You want to see a picture of me, Jason?
We're always focused on that kind of dividend yield in as our number one look. It's really, at least with Citigroup, you have some low valuations, high levels of capital. And these things are especially strong as higher interest rates make lending money more profitable, right? So there's two sides to the Fed raising rates, right? You hope it doesn't crash the economy, but it can make some of these banks and financials look better. Large banks hold nearly twice the capital relative to kind of their risk-weighted assets as they did before the financial crisis of 2008. So it looks good. We
this
think
is
the
a picture
sector
of me, I
currently
swear.
Positioned for sustained earnings.
That was me
strength,
just taking
like
the tube in London.
This year and
for
well
work.
into 2024. With both of those, for
squeezing.
sure. And there's others as well, but those
there it is.
kinda
There's the
top
break.
my list. for now. Certainly
Yeah,
a few other pieces as well.
Yeah, and I saw you had MSC Industrial, which has a lot of tools.
Either false or it's real.
Maintenance and repair.
I'll say it's real to
You also had Southwest
40405.
Airlines. Everybody is very familiar with Southwest Airlines. A quick thought on each one of those.
Yeah, for the MSC Industries, I mean, that's in that kind of mid cap range. We feel that there's actually some growth, greater growth potential there in the distribution of that metalworking and maintenance. I mean, repair is becoming more and more, worth its weight in gold, so to speak. They're just in the right place at the right time. And then, of course,
Southwest making a little move up here.
Took a beating last
10%
year,
on this.
in large part due to
50%
weather
drop.
events and things of that nature, flight cancellations, rescheduling. But
Actually,
they're
more than
really
50%.
a hyper efficient leader in the industry, right? And
Bottom to top,
they have a net
63%.
cash balance sheet, positive cash balance sheet. So it's high customer loyalty. People want to fly it. So kind of at its present earnings, a reasonable dividend. It seemed they've come out and said, hey, we have all these problems under control and logistics. So we think it can go up about 50% per year. I have a $52 target there.
Right, understood. And what's the big picture here on the S&P 500 as you look out 3 months, 6 months, 12 months?
Yeah, I mean, in January, obviously we had continued good movement up, and I think that's gonna continue in that 3 to 5 months. We kind of climbed the wall of worry in January, but we kind of got whacked with reality and fears back in February.
Thank you, Ace. Yeah, I was just this casual day,
well,
and I just
what should we do?
just
it's
a
really,
girl carrying her
wanna
laptop
stay
in the tube. No big deal. Just on my way to
positive
work,
expected values, like the stock market. You don't want to give up on it and not get shaken out by turbulence just because February is a little rough.
I would not hold SI, no.
And it's worth mentioning that the stock
you
market
trade
averages
you.
whatever it is,
You do
9%
you.
a year. But
You-
in years
buy
following
the stuff
down years,
that
those
nobody else
subsequent years,
wants.
they've averaged a 14%
More drops the more you
price
buy,
gain,
so
end to end, or
whatever strategy works for
16%
you,
total
stick with it.
return. So just looking at history, it makes sense that hey, we're going to see this in our future
gas
as
is
well.
now
So if the past is any
pushing
indication
up
of the
305 in the futures.
to go higher, I certainly don't think it's going to be in a straight line, but we do think it might go down before it goes up. But like I said, 3-6 months out there, we think that's likely to be the case.
All right. James, wonderful to see you. Thank you so very much. James Locke,
excellent.
co-founder,
Thank you.
Pool Locke Associates. Thanks. Have a great weekend.
Day trading.
Later this hour, I'm joined by the CEO of Brazil.
CEO of Brazil? Come on. Brazil has a CEO? Market is rip rally, almost 1.5%. This might continue to next week, at least for a bit. Saw the engulfing candle in here. What was I thinking? Okay, well, I guess we'll hold till Never Never Land. Kala made it 40% today. Laser held up nice. Hey, Jason. I believe it already has. At earnings. Guess the earnings were bullish. Pretty solid coming into end of the week here, though. 30%. Yeah, I mean, that's just earnings move. This move is not really a squeeze, it's just momentum. That was a 209% move in less than a month. It's not getting an earnings move, which could have some continuation next week. It was ended up being a nice day for trading SPY. I just was trading it the wrong direction. After I got through that chop and EU closed, nice clear breakout, consolidation, breakout, consolidation. Alright, another breakout, but we'll see if it turns into chop or actually move. That gas pushing new highs. Peloton's up 9.4. Hey, look,
I just
your
think
canoe.
it's going to be the year of active management. It's going to be more than it's going to be more important than ever. You know, with the S&P at 4,000, it's difficult to find
crystal ball
value.
on.
You know, the
GoEV.
PE ratio is somewhere around 19, and
you talking
we've
about
had
canoe?
negative growth. You know, this last earnings season, and
Did say it had that
if we're
RSI
having
divergence.
more negative
If today
earnings
could close
growth
high
going
enough,
forward, it's
so
just
it looks
gonna
like
be,
it is
stocks
closing
are gonna
high
be
enough.
more expensive on a
Potentially.
forward-going basis.
Still an hour and a half left, but
Right, understood. And so at this
yeah,
point
could be a
now,
bottom here.
I mean, the idea is that the Fed's going to raise at least once or twice or thrice.
Thrice.
You know, they're
She
looking
said
at
it.
5% or 5.5%. And so we'll have that environment because you still have very hot inflation prints. But it's just how quickly they may or may not do that. You know, they know that there's a lag effect, and they know that we may not be seeing all of the effects of the rate hikes. So I think that there is this sort of wait and see mode, at least in that part. Tell me about some of the stock picks. What are you looking for? I know Nextera and Canada Goose are your picks, but what are you looking for when you're making a stock pick?
So the biggest thing right now, the biggest tips I can give any investor right now in this market environment is, you know, first of all, do your homework. Second of all, pick high quality stocks, stocks that have a strong balance sheet and strong cash flow. And be comfortable with your picks, because usually the entry point that you get in may not be the best time. You might buy it today and it might go down tomorrow. So if you have conviction in that particular pick, you should have confidence and be comfortable to buy more. Just as you say that, it bounces. But it's because you did your homework and you picked high quality stocks. So that's why, that's why we like Nextera and also Canada Goose right now.
Right, I understand. I mean, let's go through each one of those. You have Nextera, which is near a 2-year low. A lot of people still love energy just as a play overall. Many of those names are dividend payers, and as China reopens, the demand for energy, or not, I don't know. You tell me. Nextera Energy.
Nextera, stock is the cheapest it's been in 4 years. Over the last 2 years, the $70 a share seems to be a major support level. It seems to bounce off of that level over the last 2 years. So at $72 a share today, it could be a good entry point. It's a utility. So it kind of gives us some defensive exposure, if you could say, in a fragile market. And they also focus on renewable energy, and that kind of fits the recent green energy investment narrative. But, the one thing I would say is that it's a utility. So if you're looking for, action and high, appreciation in a stock, this might not be the pick for you. And also, utilities are kind of in flux right now because investors would typically flock to utilities for yield, and there's just other alternatives out there like a 4% treasury. So
that is true.
Yeah. But as you said, this stock is at the cheapest level in years. And people like that. I mean, Correct. They really are looking for good valuation. It's not so easy to find good valuation when a lot of things are still very frothy, even if they've come off the highs. Now, of course, Canada Goose, everybody loves their coats and such. It's down 20% this year. Some of the retailers have faltered. Some are winners, some are losers. What are you thinking here, especially since the shopper may be very discretionary, or is this more about the luxury shopper?
Yeah, exactly. So we bought this stock several months ago around 17, and we actually trimmed it at 24. And we're looking to get back in. It's somewhere around $18, $19 a share. But this is where you have to do your homework. This is where my team came in, and we listened to these earnings calls. We read the reports, and we basically kind of discovered that there was revenue disruption from the China's late December shutdown. But if you listen to the earnings call, it was January came back, when China came back online in January, revenues went gangbusters again. So we feel that there's a tailwind going forward for this stock. And also they're trying to transition from wholesale to direct sales. So they're looking to open brick and mortar, more e-commerce, and they're looking to diversify their brand with more shoes and goggles and winter apparel like that. But it is kind of scary because the high-end consumer, this is good because they haven't really felt the inflation crunch as much as the low-end consumer. So we have to watch on how much inflation's really affecting the high-end consumer with this particular stock.
Look, even with Macy's, you saw with Macy's, it turned out Bloomingdale's was the bright spot. That is more of the upper end that's shopping at Bloomingdale's, right? I mean, you go to Bloomingdale's, you want a vest, a Canada Goose vest, which I looked at yesterday, was $550. Okay? I mean, it's just not cheap. So, that's the takeaway there. Tell me about the big picture. I mean, you have to have an actively managed portfolio, I guess, in this kind of environment. You mentioned fixed income for the short term. Is there anything else that you're looking at that are go-tos versus the no ways?
Well, I think we want to still stay away from those speculative stocks, the stocks that have no earnings, long duration, susceptible to high interest rates, which, the Fed said they want to stop around 5.5. That doesn't mean they're going to stop because they're backwards looking. They're always looking at, I think the Fed has checked off a lot of boxes for breaking the economy except the labor. And I think they're always going to have a problem with labor because I feel that there's more people exiting the labor market than entering the labor market because the baby boomers are retiring, and that's the biggest allocation of people working right now. And if they're leaving, there's no one to come up and take their spots.
Yeah, and you said, you know, do your homework, look for quality. Don't be chasing too much. Tony Zabagala, great to see you. Thank you very, very much. Senior Wealth Advisor at Strategic Wealth Partners. Thank you. Coming up next, I'm joined by the CEO of Brazilian Agriculture.
Bye, moving up. Bed Bath still around BWAP 149.9. That's all they needed to close. Stay under that $1.50. Go high there on SPY. It gets up to that 404 level. YouTube needs gifts. Yeah, they should. YouTube's kind of doesn't really care about their streaming. I saw that. I just looked at that on Discord. Yeah, the move up might start on GME. But what does it move up? Is it to 24? Or 28 or 30. Right on Max Payne. Yes, one of those Max Payne type of days. Looking for a GPS module for my drone. I flew it into the ocean. I've been slowly replacing parts. It's like the last thing. I replaced it with a new one and it still tells me navigation, whatever, error. I'm thinking I replaced the cable. You pay a monthly fee for gifts? Oh, on Discord? There it goes, 404. Gonna double doji up there. Yeah, it's a DJI. Use yours to check the bridge. That's dope. I bet they hate it. Check the traffic. I don't have like a traffic cam, like a bridge cam or something. So I think I'm gonna try and play the downside too. $403.85, is that legit? Good. I don't know where my 404 number came from. Wait, what? You see that? See how it missed that candle in there? Freaking Weeble. Okay, closed along, went short. cameras unreliable. Nothing much more reliable than the shot from your drone. That's awesome. Which DJI do you have? I guess it's only 2:30. We still have an hour and a half.
Thank you so much. Kuna, it's nice to have you on
Do a
the
little
show.
early on that
Congratulations
flip.
to you and the team. Chief Executive Officer at Lavoro. Thank you. Still ahead in the second half of our show. We're
And we
talk
caught the
about
ads.
the health of the cannabis industry.
Cannabis. 148.9. Phantom. Ah, yeah. The big boy. I should have a Mavic Air 2. Big old boy. You've had that one for a bit, probably. Three. If this makes another engulfing candle up here. This one didn't play out. This is too big of a move for me to count it. If we did this and kind of stopped here, I'd still call that good, but this move, double doji can be a sign of reversal though, especially if it's followed by an engulfing candle. It helps. They're letting me do 4 of them. That is neat. Can I do 5? I can do 5. All of a sudden I'm getting margin. What happened? Trick the system. 6? No, I can't do 6. Come on. Can't do 6. Alright, let's get a move back down to this weird VWAP way down here, 400. Yeah. Yeah, I was actually thinking about an entry today. It holding up like this is solid. I like it in the next week if it holds up here. The thing is overbought in the daily so much, but if you look at the shorter term, it just is a nice looking bull flag. It's definitely running hot up here, but it still has a gap fill. 59. Yeah, so it basically rejected just that resistance already, so might cool off a little bit next week, but stock like this that's strong into Friday, I feel like probably is going to be pretty strong next week. Maybe not Monday, but at least by Tuesday. But it could be Monday. So upside from here is maybe not a whole lot. I think 264, that gap fill isn't too much of a gain, but still maybe pretty likely. There's a lot going on with Turk, but actually I'm not even too familiar with. I think Zip Trader has a few videos on what's going on with it on the back end, but as far as the chart looks, yeah, it still looks good, but it's hot. Yeah, he does like it. High consolidating, maybe a little rip, hour rip. I think I'm gonna hold. Then we get 5 of these. GME, the leading indicator of the market, is coming down, so SPY is definitely gonna come down.
CFO certified advisors. Thank you for being with us.
I like
I
Zip
know
Trader.
so many people
That's
who
legit.
were heavily invested in the cannabis industry only to find the hurdles from money not being available for growth and regulatory hurdles. In
Could
fact,
do my
even
taxes
the most
tomorrow.
popular
Finally, Fidelity
places,
sent it.
in your notes, you noted names like Colorado and Washington where sales are declining. Was it hot and then not? What's going on?
Well, overall, on the good news
Dope,
side,
CFO.
the industry is growing rapidly.
What
If you just
the
look in
heck?
the U.S., 10 years ago,
This guy.
we were completely illegal. Colorado legalized. We've seen it spread
Oh, it's
now
a
to
weed company?
47 states. That will continue
They
to
just
grow
named it Dope.
both globally as well as in the
Okay.
U.S. Now, when you talk about these publicly traded stocks, that's not yet allowed in the U.S. because cannabis is still federally illegal, and so we look at these companies in Canada like Tilray or the EDFs where people can get access to a few of these bigger names.
Yeah,
Yes,
SPY's
they're
gonna
not
keep
performed
squeezing here.
well. Most of them are losing very large amounts of money, but even if we look in the U.S. markets,
I have
whether
a
it's
mark
where
here.
the big
The
growth
actual
areas
high on this day
of
was
the
a little
East
higher.
Coast, you're still seeing investors go in and having to be very careful because markets, it's kind of like the Wild West. So where I am in Oregon, we've seen many wildly successful companies, but we've seen many go under. And so these companies need to be well funded from day one. Most of the investors coming into the private markets in the U.S.
Cannabis.
are betting on 280E and
Cannabis.
descheduling of cannabis, which we expect to happen as well, whether it's a year out or 3 years out. At the end of the day, 8 out of 10 Americans want access to medical cannabis. And I say when 8 out of 10 Americans agree on anything, it will likely happen. And I think that's why we've seen this movement grow rapidly. So even though there's up and downs in the equity cycles and capital coming in, the cannabis market itself is growing almost at the hockey stick growth, and that will continue.
All right, so the demand
What's
is there.
hockey stick growth?
You are seeing it growing, particularly there's medical and recreation. I think more and more people are on board, at least with the medical side, but you do have a few
GME is
hurdles,
coming down,
such
leading
as,
indicators
the
here.
regulatory environment and legislation.
Big
I know there
volume
was
there,
a big
too.
vote that came up, and then after the midterm elections, there was basically one last chance, and then you got to be in this pause mode. But getting capital, particularly banks are not able, federal reasons are not able to supply these cannabis companies, but some may be better positioned than others, whether it's if they're a grower and whether they transform it and distribute it. There's Canada, there's US, there's parts. I mean, you don't have to have the whole kit and caboodle. What kind of companies are better positioned than others? I don't know if you can name names, but if someone is interested in investing in cannabis, what do you tell them?
Cannabis.
Well, on a personal level, I would still, the public companies, I mean, you can look at some of these annual reports like Tilray, for example, they lose money hand over fist. And so I'm not going to be investing in some of these bigger names. I think you can actually get profitability if you go in the private way, almost angel investing in your local markets or state markets. There's plenty of opportunities to invest in smaller funds or just personally invest in a startup of a farm or a dispensary, et cetera. Now,
Trade sideways for the skyrocket.
hurdles around 280E,
That's what I was thinking.
that is a very punitive part of the tax code. the farmers and the product manufacturers get more benefits out of the tax code. It's much harder for dispensaries and MSOs to be profitable because of the punitive tax code, where these companies in the U.S. at least are not allowed to take any deductions on their tax return if they're not doing correct level cost accounting. And so we tell people, if you're investing in a company, first and foremost, make sure they are very well capitalized, whether they're private equity backed or they just have a group of angel investors. They're going to go through up and down swings that are pretty massive. It reminds me of the oil and gas industry, where I was for a big part of my career.
Sounds like stories I'm
three
familiar
times.
with.
We had massive price crashes, and then,
that's consistent
and then
with what I've heard
upswings.
with
and
that
so you've got to be able to
cannabis.
survive those downturns when the price of, say, a pound of flour in Oregon goes between 2,000 all the way down to 300 or 200 a pound. It gets very tricky surviving those difficult times.
Right, and when you mention a name like Tilray or Curaleaf or MJ, is there a time to get involved? Would you recommend that people do this slowly? Because as you said, they're losing money hand over fist, but at the same time, if you're a true believer in the growth,
You want exposure to cannabis?
wouldn't you put
Invest
some
in
money
Scott's.
to work even dollar cost averaging or a little at a time?
Scott's
or are you
Miracle
really
Grow.
waiting for
You can
some
pay a
more
divvy.
federal legalization or okays either here or abroad?
Yeah,
Beautiful.
so I'm a little bit of a skeptic.
What
So
did I just
on
do?
the industry itself, yes, a great time to dollar cost average, spread your bets out, because some of these companies are not well run. When you have a new industry, we're seeing this in crypto as well.
Oh,
you get
my
a lot of bad actors, even at big companies.
I forgot I had an order for
poor
that.
internal controls, poor corporate governance,
I
poor
think I just got more
accounting.
cash good
We say
puts.
first and foremost to any
I
cannabis
did. I
company
got 10 more
who's
cash
raising
good
capital
puts
or
on
coming into the
BBBY,
space, or
$1.50.
investors.
Spies.
Hey, make sure they've got a world-class CFO on board. It's not an afterthought.
I got
as
that same
well.
price, I
But
think,
you're
of
right. You
18
could dollar
cents.
cost
That's
average.
sick.
If you truly believe, like I do, that this will be fully federally legal
Wait.
in the U.S. Right now, there's a
Close?
bill in Congress to deschedule cannabis, like we
Oh,
saw
my
with hemp
cover
and
calls I
CBD.
closed.
Hemp and CBD were legal overnight. The
Never
same
mind.
can happen for cannabis nationally. And when that happens, I think you're going to see a big pop, valuations going from very low to maybe way too high quickly.
Closed covered
And so there
calls.
is some definite upside there if you're a believer in this movement going fully legal.
Right, but it doesn't sound like you're an MJ fan that you would pick it up at 52-week lows, like scoop it up maybe a little bit. And there was these sideways ways to do it. You could do Scott's Miracle Grow. There was one of the beverage makers, STZ, right? I mean, they had some exposure. There were sort of some sideways, just like Bitcoin. I mean, their main business is not pot stocks or cannabis, but they have some exposure. Final quick 10 seconds, Andrew?
Yeah, so you just the picks and shovels always win, and so
Picks and
ancillary
shovels, there you go.
companies, whether it's lighting or
Rest in
growers
Scott's.
or equipment makers, those
also
will be big
took down
winners
a-
as well, because they don't have to deal with the tax issues.
I was supposed to keep
But
going
yes,
up,
big
the little
believer
bull
in the
flag.
industry, it's growing. We all want access to this medicine, which is much better than the opiate crisis we're experiencing, and so I think that's why this movement's growing.
Yeah. Andrew Hunziker, thank you.
Coming up,
CEO
10 minutes to
Dope
Power Hour.
CFO Certified Advisor.
Why do I feel like it's just
Thank
going to
you.
rip at Power Hour?
Still ahead, we're going right back to a sector we know well, and that is semiconductor.
Let's see that 3 o'clock flush. Probably overdose on Tylenol, yeah. An overdose on anything. Kala! Kala! 60%. Woo. Hey, I like Tylenol. Don't make me a criminal too. I'll start with that little engulfer. I'm deeply. BBBY back to our barcode range. SPY breaking out, new high. UNG kind of at the highs, holding up here. I can't know. This move up today on GME. My 18.5 calls for March are only up 11%. So even though IV's low, it doesn't mean calls are going to work very well because it's staying low. We need a push in the IV. It's only 4% move, but I'm in the money. And I bought it when it was down here. And it's not like that much time. So yeah. No IV pump. I need Tesla to take a dump next week. It's coming. I just hope I have enough time. I probably don't have enough time not to fill this gap. I'll probably be able to make it break even, which I should get out of break even. I've got until the 17th, which is here. That's for max gain. Break even's like here, which I could probably do. Just held up so well. Give GNS a little look-see here. I don't think it's melting down. It's consolidating nicely there. Now it's bouncing on VWAP. Look at that. Boing. Solid bounce. You literally called it. That would be your buy right here. Bull flagging's coming to the weekend. Okay, Spy.
And just let them grind away. Micron makes this product called NAND,
21
which
calls
is
for
a storage device.
Marches.
And my theory is we're always
Pretty far out of the
creating
money.
more data. We never get rid of it, and it's got to go somewhere. And Micron's
Thanks,
going to give you
Christopher.
that somewhere
Thanks
to put
for
it.
your support, man.
So those are
Have a
kind
good
of
weekend. We'll see you
themes
on
that I have. And Intel I
follow us on
like
Twitter. See you on
because
Discord.
they're in the U.S.
Time frame on
China's
GNS? I mean,
discovering that it
this is
might
5
really
minute.
want to have Taiwan as its own, and that could be a problem for a lot of chip makers. So
daily.
I think that having fabs in other parts of the world is going to be important. And Intel
again.
already has about 75% of their fabs
That's
here in
hourly.
the U.S.
Yeah. It's wonderful to see you both. Thank you very much, Doug and Kim. Doug Astrop, Kim Forrest, thank you. Have a beautiful weekend, everybody.
I think it'll be all right. My next pair. 290 ain't bad at all. I bought more today too.
Oliver Rennick, Market on Close, next.
Might have to wait a month, but buy rally next week. Might be right. I think probably a little cool off on Monday or something. Yeah, here you go. Here's your price. $1.47.5. Hotel Moon. Just whining earlier about not getting it under $1.50. Big baby whiner. I'm not gonna get shaken out, Spy. I mean, I might, but I'm not. You know what I mean? Hello. There it is. There's a new high on the Spy. Bought back cover calls, and somehow I just killed my buying power. So I can't buy any GNS. Or any Turka. Oh, a little false break. 4 hops. This is basically the level I said I wanted to hold. We're doing it. It's happening. Makes sense. Under 150. But high enough still to have a nice inverted head and shoulders. And even kind of a bull flag. BY might rally next week. Wait, this week is setting up that chart. Might not get a lot of time with these prices. Here's some BBBY bond activity. Lots of bonds being bought. This is from yesterday, I think. That is neat. What? This is interesting. BBBY and AMC chart comparison. I think AMC's in yellow, that's right. Yeah, they're the inverse. Oh, this is a short time frame. Wait, March. This is a very short time frame. So he's saying to buy AMC. What the heck? Isn't that what I want to see? Upon further review, they were the other way around. There's a spy a little bit higher. It's squeezing, a little squeezy. I'm holding, baby. We're in power hour. That's weird. It looks like grab some Tesla puts. Yeah, I'm in Tesla short. Got until March OPEX. 404. Oh my. Very squeezy. I'm gonna hold still. I like to kill losers quickly, but this late in the day, after this big of a move, I think if we rally here, I think we'll come back down. What a freaking move Bostic did, though. Look at this. I mean, this is in 24 hours. 2.5% on the SPY. Hey. Am I reading that chart right? Is BBY the candles and then the line is AMC? Guess we could just do it ourselves. He was on a short time frame though. It was like hourly almost. There is some inverse, look at that. I mean, sort of. Yeah, that inverse is real. That peak was that trough. Look at that head and shoulders on AMC. It's so evident there. Was that hourly? Yeah, there it is. Head and shoulders, solid. This is what made me scared of the cash secured puts. Where was that head and shoulders it broke out of? Here? Head, shoulder, shoulder. 5, moving on up. Yep, squeeze. AMC's got a nice head and shoulders there. I want to short it. Dude, look at that move on SPY. Will not take losses. Wait. I guess I could break out again. Did break out back here on the head and shoulders. Where was it? Oh, it's this one, the daily. Head, shoulder, shoulder. Breakout. Now let's build another one. SPY is squeezing.
Some earnings. It's been helped by
Stop
some
yelling at
Fed
me.
speak that was less harsh than expected. But all things
I know
considered,
you're home and
Oliver,
excited it's
you
Friday,
look
but
at the
come on.
S&P 500, you've got consumer staples up about 1/10%. That sector, every other
Look at
sector
this.
up more than
Look
1%
at
today.
it.
This rally is broad. It's leaving
I've fought
out
this
no
uptrend
sector
all day.
other than, like I said, just a muted response.
Why not trade
in
the trade
staples.
the trend?
But, Oliver, I look at the board here. You've got a VIX now 18.5.
BBY moving up a
You've got
little tiny bit.
Yields now back below 4%. You've got
Up
the
above its
dollar,
barcode.
you know, creeping down now below 104.5. The only double-edged sword part of this is you've got crude oil creeping back up towards
Yeah,
$80.
if SPY closes
But,
anywhere up
Oliver, this is
above
a
402,
broad
I'd say yeah,
rally
long
to
for
end
next
the
week on it.
And going into a week where we've got a lot of Fed speakers, a lot of data, this is impressive.
With Broadcom near the highs, representing the chip-making trade as a dividend payer, there's more maturity, it seems like, in some of this strength. Even our meme stocks are better than the old ones, you know, like AI. C3 AI is having a great day.
Yes.
Which has gotten memeified in the whole artificial intelligence, but it's actually a company with products that...
I don't know why you're expecting a green day, Bob.
So this
Jim.
company reported its earnings
Jim Bob.
yesterday, and it reported a more narrow than expected
That's
loss,
it, SPY.
and
Just
revenues
settle
that were
down.
above
Back to the
expectations.
WAP.
Also gave an upbeat outlook
Ooh,
for
wop,
the
ooh,
next
wop.
quarter and the full year. But this company says that it's seen a dramatic change in sentiment, and rightfully so. I mean, I wonder what the Google search analytics are.
I don't know, last
for
week it closed above
AI.
1.5,
Just those
so
two letters. I
we
wonder
could have closed
what they
above
are.
it.
I tried to find it, but I couldn't find it out. But the executives, or the CEO, I should say, over at C3 AI, he is slinging mud at every other CEO that has talked about AI in their earnings results this quarter.
So they're the real one.
He said he's a real one, right? And everybody else, no one else is. He actually is claiming credit for this recent interest in
52, Michael
AI.
Green.
But here's the thing. He was with Oracle. He left the company and spent 10 years building up C3 AI and creating a good product, he calls.
Nice looking inverted head and
he
shoulders.
spent about $1 billion doing it. One could argue that maybe he has something to,
Let
that's
your
not
dog
to
up.
sneeze about, right?
Yeah.
One could argue that, but I mean, do you have to sling mud at everybody else? Why rain on everybody else's parade?
Heavy lies the crown eventually, perhaps. We'll see. But so far, it's sitting pretty. As analysts are liking it, we'll really like that background, and important also because this is probably the most explosive, momentous, vertical style move we've had throughout.
Yeah, no, I think that 145 will stick as the low today,
rally in
and maybe even next week.
Is there possibility here, Kevin, some
That might be the low we'll see
maturation showing through in this market?
for quite some time.
We can have an up day without garbage leading the way. We got Bitcoin down.
I thought we'd probably hold this
some
148,
senses about us,
but
maybe,
didn't do it. 145 is
new kind of post-bear market paradigm.
still good. That still puts us in that inverted head and shoulders.
Think about the
143 was kind of the
today.
low
Think
on
about
that
the NASDAQ
other
up
shoulder.
more than 2%. Think about the broad
35,
rally
there's
that
142.
we're having today. Information technology, you've got,
So,
Boeing up $5. You've got
maybe down there tomorrow
stocks
or Monday.
having a good day. I mean, Oliver, it's hard to look at this
142.
Day and think about this. Even Tesla, a name that you just mentioned. All the losses yesterday.
Yeah, that would be a nice level to hold. It comes back down here.
Back to where it was
as long as it bounces.
their investor day. So
I'm good.
even stocks like that.
If it drops below that.
But by the way, Salesforce.
I don't know.
Rallying today.
I'd maybe
Costco
close
down
quite a bit.
2.5%. So those are the only names really left out of this, other than yields and some volatility products. I have nothing else down on my board today, Oliver. This is like I said,
52%.
to end the week.
Still there.
I always
DNS
say
60.
how you end the week puts the narrative into the weekend and sets up next week. It's going to be a good start to next week ahead of some, like I said, Jerome Powell speaking Tuesday, Wednesday.
Jerome.
That'll get interesting.
Hey,
But boy, this is an impressive two-day rally. It's got to be very frustrating for bears here because they had the dynamics in the macro and the dollar and yields yesterday for a sell-off and didn't get it, Oliver.
True. Okay. I think that's got something to do with it. Yesterday seemed like the setting was there for bears to pounce, to press, and didn't do it. So maybe ran out of gas. All right, Kevin Hanks, Renita Young. Nice
I'm holding my
assessment
short.
here of the
I'll probably hold it
action
through the
over
video
last 4
as
hours.
it's
I think we do have
squeezing
some
up to
answers.
405.
Let's talk some big picture with Philip Taves joining us, CEO.
Speaking of, I need to do my video, recap on the day, and the stream. Thank you guys for all of your support today. Thank you, Ace Ventura, for your dono. I appreciate it.
This is now months going since
Legend.
October, a resilient
and
last month,
thanks for the support, Trader, Jim, Jay Scott, Christopher, my next pair, Ace. Thanks for being here, guys. Been a good week.
Yeah, so I think
Do a recap and look at the technical analysis. Go over the trades I did today on the futures, options, stocks. Did all 3 of those today. And yeah, sub up, like up, comment down. Happy Money sticks around. Here's our Twitter. If you haven't followed us on here, do it. It's at Happy Money YT. And then Discord is pinned. Jump on there. I'm on there when I'm not streaming, sharing content and DD along with the rest of you. Thanks, Trader. Have a good weekend, you guys. Chill out. Don't think about the market. It's not worth stressing over. And add a minute to your life to worry. Thank you. Peace out. I can cash. Jump on our Discord. I've got a playlist of videos about selling premium, data farming.